First item of business, I'm going to recognize the Ways and Means Chair, Representative Troy Waymaster, to read into the record legal authority for capers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. At the December 20th, 2021 Legislative Budget Committee meeting, Alan Conroy, the director of the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, reviewed with the committee that the RFP for legal services for securities litigation exceeding $1 million. The committee expressed no concerns with the RFP, and capers continued with the RFP process. On June 8th, 2022, LBC was notified by capers that the contract was awarded to Kaplan, Fox, and Kilsheimer, I pronounced that right, pursuant to KSA 75-37135B. The awarded contract for such legal services is to be submitted to the LBC, and within 30 days of submission, LBC may hold a public hearing and shall issue a report noting concerns if there are any. The contract was submitted to LBC, and the committee had until July 8th to meet. No committee member expressed any concern with the contract for the legal services. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Waymaster. Welcome everyone to our committee today. And the first item we have on the agenda today is Kansas Public Employees Retirement System Trust Fund transfers and the rate of returns and modernization. And with that, we will welcome Alan Conroy, Director of the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System. Alan, welcome to committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Certainly glad to be here. It seems like we were just perhaps in this room. I'm not sure what happened this summer, but I'm sure there was one. So certainly pleased to discuss some items. Stephen from research had requested the items, I think, from the chair and the vice chair, and so we'll certainly be glad to respond to them. I just might point out we have one of our trustees is in attendance. Trustee Ernie Claudel is here, and certainly you have the hard questions, and that's why the trustees get the big bucks. So you could send them his way. Also, I might introduce Bruce Fink, who's our interim chief investment officer. So if we drill down into kind of what's going on with the market, he'll be able to help us. And of course, my twin, Jared Waltner, our planning and research officer. So, and as the chair had mentioned, actually we were tasked with talking about 4 different things today: the overall funding and the rate of return on capers, the investment return assumption, those additional contributions, that $1.1 billion that the legislature approved for us, and then to touch as much as you'd like on our IT project, our pension administration modernization project. I think you have the slides, but just, to remind you on 2 and 3, of course, capers, we have over 300,000 members. So 11% now of the Kansas population is directly connected to capers. Either they're an active member, either they're an inactive member, which means they have service and they haven't retired yet, or they are retired. And so touches lots of lives. We send out roughly $2 billion a year for retirement benefits, disability benefits, and if they have withdrawals and death benefits. And of course, 1,500 employers, of course the state, all the school districts, all the counties, almost all the cities. City of Wichita is large enough to have their own retirement system. And then all those special purpose districts, drainage districts, townships, all those good things. On slide 3 there, you can see, of course, just to remind you, capers is governed by a nine-member board. 4 appointed by the governor, 1 by the Speaker of the House, 1 by the President of the Senate. The members get to elect 2, and then the state treasurer, by virtue of the office, is also a member. So on slide 5, then, just the basics. Of course, the legislature, defines the benefits by statute and the funding. So things like, membership eligibility, the benefit formula, service credit, when can they retire? That's all set by statute. That's all the decision collectively of the legislature. Of course, we employ a consulting actuary and provides the cost estimates on how much the benefits will cost over time. And then, of course, the employer and the employees make their contributions to pre-fund their benefits. So again, just a reminder, we're not like Social Security where contributions come in and they need to go right out to pay current benefits. Our contributions come in, we invest them, and then it's called pre-funding. So when the person gets ready to retire, the resources will be there to pay their promised benefit. So on slide 6 then is the funded status. It's from our annual actuarial valuation. It's just a snapshot. It's done on a calendar year basis. So this is the way things were as of December 31st, 2021. And probably maybe as you might anticipate, and there's a couple different things going on there which I'll touch on. The funded ratio, assets to liability, and of course the goal is to ultimately get to 100% funded, but the near-term goal is at least to get to 80% or stronger. So when there's a downturn in the economy, the trust fund can help weather that trust fund. So the valuation, what happened? The funded ratio actually went down from it was at 72.5%, and this is for the system, down to 71.6%. The unfunded actuarial liability went from about $8.5 billion up to about $9.88 billion. One of the big drivers in that, and certainly there was discussion last session, and certainly there's been lots of board discussion on it, was that increase in that unfunded liability as a result of lowering that assumed rate of return. We were at 7.75, it went down to 7%. That by itself, just in isolation, increased that unfunded liability in total for all the different groups, $2.7 billion. And so, of course, a large number, but when you think about it, and as you'll see, over half of the income to the KPERS fund comes from investments. And if you're going to do a projection out 30 years, just dialing back that assumed rate of return from 7.75 down to 7% for 30 years, it adds up, and you can see the value there. The state school part alone, the unfunded liability, was $1.8 billion in increased funded liability. And then on the other side, that kind of tempered some of that, of course, was the actuarial investment rate of return, which was very positive for calendar year 2021. We'll talk about that. And then the 2021 legislature authorized a $500 million pension obligation bond. State sold it, state pays the debt service, KPERS got the proceeds of that half billion dollars. So that was the good investment return for the calendar year, and that bond proceeds helped mitigate some of the increase in that unfunded liability. On I guess the good news on slide 7, all of the employer groups paid the full actuarially required rate for all of calendar year 2021, and everybody's projected to stay at that actuarially required rate for the remainder of the amortization period. And so the state school group reached that actuarially required rate in the 2017 valuation, which set the 2021 employer contribution rates, and the states remained at that since then. And in fiscal year 18 and 19, the state gave the trust fund some additional contributions, didn't adjust the rate, the employer contribution rate, which was still slightly below the actuarially required rate, but you add in those extra payments, dollar-wise, it got us above that actuarially required amount. And really probably consistent and full funding of meeting that employer contribution is probably one of the most important factors in achieving a fully funded pension plan. And so at this point, the funding plan, the amortization of that unfunded actuarial liability is projected to decrease. Again, that assumes those full employer contribution rates are paid, and of course, it also assumes we get the 7% return assumption. So, and really to the state's credit, because there was almost 25 years where that actuarially required rate was not paid, through some very heavy lifting, I think, by the policymakers. So there's been 6 years now that we've exceeded the amount. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23, that actuarially required rate in one manner or form has been satisfied. And that is so key to the long-term funding. Plus, of course, the additional pension obligation bond, plus the $1.1 billion, all of that really is helping to make a difference in terms of the funded status of CAPERS. Slide 8 and 9 are just a quick snapshot of the kind of the active members, kind of where we're at. Overall, so there's about 152,000 active members. You can see in the pie chart, the largest, of course, is the school group with over 87,000 members. Not a little over about 58% of the total CAPERS members are in that school group, followed by the local at 37,000, the state at about 20,000, then police and fire and judges. And you can see there have been some, overall, the active membership has been pretty flat for more than a decade. You can see that in this valuation, state was down, school was up slightly, local was down, police and fire was slightly down, and then judges, of course, a small group is up. So, but about 70% of the active membership is in the state school group. And again, as you probably remember, the state pays the entire employer contribution, not only for all state employees, but also for all the school employees as part of state aid to education. So over 95% of the CAPERS group, state, school, and local, make up those CAPERS groups make up 95% of the total membership. On slide 9, it just shows the age distribution by those active members on December 31st. The largest group is ages 50 to 54. And I usually share with you the oldest active member is 90 years old, and it happens to be a CAPERS local employee. So someone who likes coming to work every morning, I guess, and is out there working away to their credit. The service distribution for those members, as you can see, largest group is 0 to 5 members, and those color parts of the bar reflect CAPERS 1, so that's the oldest group, membership date before 2009. CAPERS 2, membership dates between 2009 and 2014. CAPERS 3, January 1st, 2015 and after. And so you can see of the largest just age or service distribution, it's people that have 0 to 5 years. And then you can see, again, there's some people that have over 40 years of service. On page 10, then just looks at the retired member breakdown. Again, the total number of retirees increased by about 2.5% in the valuation report. Again, that's to be expected as we're, they say, a mature retirement system that's been around since the 1960s. And so as these people have their service, the CAPERS, the tier 1 people are getting ready to retire. But again, as you'd expect, following the active membership, the largest group of retirees is CAPERS school. They're at just about 60%. And we had 84,000 retirees in 2012, and now we're over that 110,000. And again, you can see by the groups, just the change in 1 year. State was up about 1%, school was up a couple percent, and so forth on down through the list. Slide 11 just shows the average age of retiree, or shows the age of retirees. Average age is 72 and a half. Our oldest retiree is 111 years old. I think that's good Kansas genetics there. And I didn't check, but I usually always suspect that more than likely happens to be a female and is probably a Capers school member that has that distinction of being 111 years old and still receiving their Capers benefit. Slide 12 then just looks at, kind of so we get kind of to the investments then. Again, as I mentioned, most of the retirement trust fund receipts come from, over half comes from investment earnings, about a third from those employer contributions, and then the balance from member contributions. So it's spread across that way. On the good news, and the way the actuary figures it, and there's actuarial smoothing, but for calendar year 2021, that rate of return, the way she calculates it for the calendar year, was 16.1%. So a great return there. So that's the first half of the story. So that's December 31st. Then the valuation says, well, what's going on by where are we, as of June 30th, at the end of the fiscal year? And the trust fund return for the end of the fiscal year was a negative 4.7%. So it was negative, and if some of you watch the market or maybe your own investment earnings, you may have some sense of that. And so certainly as a long-term institutional investor, of course, we have that long-term horizon, and so we always want to know how we're doing sort of long-term. So even with the downturn for fiscal year 2022, our 3-year annualized total return is 7.1%, 5-year 7.4%, 10-year 8.5%, and then the 25-year is 7.3%. I think slide 13 then kind of, I think, gives you that. So looking back over 25 years, how has the trust fund done? And you can see there have been 5 times where it has gone negative. And again, if you think about it, you might expect 2001, 2002, 2008, 2009, the dot-com, real estate, when those bubbles sort of burst. And of course, we got, and you can see particularly in 2009, it was a negative 19.6%. So 2022 then is the 5th year out of 25 years that there was a negative return for the fiscal year. And I guess maybe being an optimist, even though you have to come through these downturns, if you look at this historically, when the economy rebounds and starts to take off, which of course there's no guarantees, but we hope it will, no matter where we are. Are we in a recession? Are we not in a recession? A lot of bright people around the country are debating that very point. Are we in recession? Are we not? Clearly on the plus side, we've got some, low unemployment, which is good. We still have fairly strong consumer spending, which I think is a plus too, which argues not the recession, but clearly there's other signs that do that as well. So anyway, negative 4.7%, that's where we were for the fiscal year, but only the 5th time in the last 25 years. Changing gears to the investment return on assumption change on slide 14. And of course, our actuary, as you would expect, uses lots of actuarial assumptions to calculate the cost of capers, where we are, that unfunded liability, changes in benefits, all those things. But the largest single one, the greatest impact on those calculation of liabilities is that investment rate of return. And again, that gets you back to right now, half of our income's from investments. And then if you adjust it, what's that adjustment going to do over the next 30 years? So it plays out. Some of you may remember, maybe not, but in 1998, the legislature delegated that authority to the Board of Trustees to set that investment return assumption. And so it was 8% from 1986 to 2016, when it was reduced to 7.75%. And so, of course, there was lots of discussion. The board had 5 different meetings, getting information from the investment consultant, from the actuary, and spent a great deal of time over fiscal year 2022. On slide 15 then is just our general investment consultant lowered their 10-year, and of course, shorter time horizon, so that's important, but, and those general investment consultants, they don't like to go out very far, let alone 10 years. That's about as far as we can push them to make an educated guess. But in 2019, that 10-year expectation was 7.1%. And by 2021, they had lowered it to 6% based on the market conditions that they saw. Also, of course, our consulting actuary recommended a reduction too in the return. And so, and of course, across the country, lots of public pension plans, you know, have heard so I guess the same story from their investment consultant, from their actuaries, and there's been quite a reduction in that assumed rate of return and there's about 131 public pension plans, and that's because some states may have separate plans, like Missouri has a separate state employee plan, a separate school employee plan, a separate local, while CAPERS, of course, were all consolidated under one. So there's 131, but in May of 22, CAPERS at 7.5% was the highest in the country. We were the only one. So based on all this on slide 16 then, based on all that information then, on the investment consultant, on the actuary, the board ultimately decided to lower that investment return from the 7.75 to 7% starting with this valuation, which I just went. So at 7%, we're among the 131 plans. It's really the median. I think actually it's 6.99%. So we're at 7%. And not that our, you know, that we have to do what our neighbors do, but, you know, just looking at kind of how things stack up, you know, with our, some of our neighboring public pension plans. If I can get to it here, sorry. Iowa Public Employees is at 7. Let's see, I think Nebraska is at 7.1, but I think they're stair-stepping down over several years. Colorado schools at 7.25. Oklahoma Public Employees is 6.5. Oklahoma teachers is at 7. So, but the median's right at 7% where we are. The board also, when they made that decision, they had some sort of guardrails in terms of their discussion and analysis. And one was to try to make sure that the funded ratio, if they change it, the funded ratio did not drop below 70%. There's been a lot of heavy lifting, again, as I said, by policymakers trying to improve that funded ratio of CAPERS. They also were cognizant of a big increase in that employer contribution rate. And in the statutes, there's a cap that the CAPERS employer contribution rate cannot go up more than 1.2% in a year, even if, you know, we had a very terrible year and the actuary comes in and says, oh, that rate's supposed to go up 2.5%. The statute says it only can go up 1.2%, which of course, so that's what it would be. But that shortfall then, it's underfunding, it's under amortization, and so that just rolls to the unfunded liability, and of course is kind of where we were for 25 years. So the board did not want to get in that position again where the employers were contributing less than the actuarially required rate. And so that also factored in kind of a stable, not a big increase in the employer contributions for the change. And then finally, they looked at amortization or re-amortization. And like I've said through the years, amortization is not a 4-letter word. It's not necessarily bad. It's, you know, it's debt. But do you have a plan that's reasonable and and workable to pay off this unfunded liability. That's really the test. And so to mitigate that employer contribution, looking at that funded ratio, the other lever then that the board utilized then to minimize the impact of lowering that assumed rate was to add some years to the amortization schedule. And again, simply stated, that amortization schedule is just like the mortgage on your house. It was set in 1993 by the legislature at that time for a 40-year amortization period. So we're getting close to it. The actuary says, or by best practices, whenever you get within 10 years of paying that unfunded liability off, you need to think about some reamortization. Otherwise, there's lots of volatility in the employer contributions as things go up and down. So the impact, what they decided, so for state school, they extended the amortization period by 6 years. So rather than 11, now there's 17 years left. Capers local, same way, 6 years. And KPNF and judges, they're a little different on their funding, and so just a little bit longer there. So they did that. On slide 17 then, so that new investment return assumption was in the valuation, calculated, the liabilities for the plan. Again, have great investment performance in calendar years 19, 20, and 21. We got the $500 million in pension bonds, the proceeds from that. So all that, as I mentioned, lowered it, and the impact of changing that investment return. The overall funding did go down, 0.9%. And again, we don't have that negative amortization where the contributions are less than what they're supposed to be. So that's that topic. And then the next topic Stephen had mentioned you all wanted to visit about was on slide 18, the addition of $1.1 billion, which was certainly greatly appreciated, will have long-term positive impact on the trust fund. And the legislature, you may remember, that $1.1 billion was coming to Capers over on four different dates, May 19th, June 1st, August 1st, so all those have come. So we've received $1 billion of the $1.1 billion. There's still 125 million yet to come December 1st, and it will come unless the State Finance Council says to stop it. As part of that $1.1 billion, just to remind you, there were some layering payments, so some missed employer contributions that were going to be paid off over 20 years. The first part of those funds extinguished that, paid that off, so that got that all current, so it stopped those 20-year payments. So of the $1.1 billion, 871 million then will improve the funded status of Capers. And just the layering payments, those 20-year payment plan, our actuary had already factored that in as an accounts receivable. So that didn't change, that $253 million didn't change the funded ratio, but of course it got the money in the Capers Trust Fund so we could manage it and invest it. So slide 19, of course, we've got the billion. They have been invested in to rebalance the system's investment portfolio. So kind of across, they were allocated across real estate, infrastructure, international equity, and fixed income classes. On slide 20 then is just, so all the additional payments that are being made in calendar year 20, so all those have been made. The additional funding, of course, that will actually show up in next year's valuation because it wasn't received on December 31st of 2020. It was factored in to the projections, but not in that snapshot, that actual valuation of where Capers stands on a specific date, in this case, December 31st, 2021. The projected impact, though, of course, very positive. The additional funding, we believe, it'll be about a 1.3% reduction in the employer contribution rate. So that's very good, and certainly good news for employers, CAPERS-related employers. And so, of course, $1.1 billion is a lot of money, but that additional funding totals about 2.5% of the total liabilities of the 2021 valuation, and that's the gigantic, all the valuation or obligation before the liabilities, and then you take out what the employee pays and what the employer pays and all of that. So, this, so it will eventually have, certainly improve the funded ratio in this next valuation. And then the last topic is the pension administration system modernization. What can be more interesting than actuary evaluation? How about a pension administration modernization project update, which is of course a very, very important thing. Our current system was put in place in 2005, and of course has become somewhat outdated, pretty difficult to maintain. And of course, through the years, when you think about it, this system, there have been lots of legislative changes then that the system, of course, has to accommodate. The creation of CAPERS 2, the creation of CAPERS 3, the working after retirement, all of those kinds of things, which of course the system has to be modified as it should be to accommodate the legislative changes. And so all that's, I think, puts some strains, I think, on our current system. So we came to the legislature in 2019 in the budget request to do a needs assessment, and that was approved. After the needs assessment, our current pension administration vendor, we engaged them with a proof of concept project during 2021 to ensure they were capable of meeting our required standards for modernization. And so the legislature has been very supportive of that. On slide 22, the governor and the legislature has provided the full funding requests that our board has made on modernization, which included $6.6 million in 2022, $9 million in 2023. It'll be sort of in that ballpark then for 24 and 25. And so where we are today, thinking of a 5-year project and cost about $37 million. Of course, all of it comes out of the trust fund as administrative costs. So it comes out of the trust fund. And of course, if we can get past that, the new system up and running, then of course the annual costs will be considerably lower than that. And just some of those several key things on slide 23 that we're hoping that the modernization, in our process, we're documenting all our processes. We're making sure we're clear on the requirements for the future system, the vision statement. We've worked on a change readiness assessment for the staff and corresponding communication plan to ensure that engagement and make sure they understand what all this effort's about. We've added some temporary staff to help do that. And so we've completed the discovery phase, ultimately agreeing to a 3-phase approach: analyze and retool the current development approach, improve the current system, stabilizing any issues, and then remodel incrementally to probably doing two-month time or change releases. 24 then just kind of graphically just shows that analyze and retool the project, and we're about 95% complete there. We're on the very cusp of starting the improve thing, which will take about a year, and then before we actually get to the remodel phase, as it's called, in the last phase. So on slide 25, then those improved functions we're hoping will help some of the day-to-day operations. And of course, there's lots of, probably like with any IT system, there's lots of complex historical issues, but we're trying to reduce the time spent validating calculations so our members can get the information quicker, so they're quicker for them to retire. Of course, we want to make sure our data is in good shape, and so any bad data does not get into the system. And of course, we want to make sure that's clean and in order. If we can automate some of the workflows within our staff to better serve our members, of course, that's a worthy goal. And of course, we want to test all that, test that whole automation and then upgrade our technology to do that. On the last slide, slide 26 then, we've decided then, or I guess the direction we're here headed right now is rather than focusing on a full system replacement, the current approach that we're thinking about would dictates about an 8 to 12 month to alleviate some of the key issues with the current environment. We're going to approach the results and to upgrade the pension system in place rather than completely from a new system. And so in our analysis, and some of our consultants believes this eliminates many of the technical and data conversion risk as you go from one system to another. But we're still certainly continuing to analyze that. So the whole new technologies and processes we're thinking won't start until next year about this time. And so again, we're thinking about making the changes incrementally rather than the big bang approach that sometimes IT projects utilize. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your attention, and hopefully I've touched on the subject areas of funding, rate of review, investment return assumption, additional contributions, and then the IT project.
Thank you, Alan. Question on the total investment. What are the total dollars in the Keepers account now?
About $25.6 billion with a B. So yeah, right around 25.6.
And then we allocated these additional funds at different times. How much is left to be dispersed there?
Actually, they have been dispersed. So as the money comes in, they've been invested across those various Capers funds. A lot of it is to help us kind of rebalance because there's some areas that have been really strong growth. The board sets some investment targets by those different classes, and so there's been some sort of rebalancing as it's called, but it's been pretty much across real estate, infrastructure, international equity, and then fixed income would be the ones that received it.
And I'm talking some of the funds that'll come in 23 that were allocated by the legislature. There's still some of those yet to be invested. How many dollars did we have left there?
Yeah, there's $125 million yet to come on December 1st of this year. So,
125 million, okay.
So, and that would follow probably a similar path. We'll see where we are in terms of where we're rebalancing, but I assume it might fall out pretty much similar to those same areas: real estate, infrastructure, international equity, and fixed income.
Questions for Alan? Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question I have is actually, I was contacted by a constituent this past summer who works for a school district, and he was informed when he started working for the school district that he had to enroll in Capers. There was no opting out. Is that the way the system is set up?
That's the way the statute is set up, that's right. So any public employer that's affiliated with Capers, those 1,500 state, school, local, if their employee, that member, if they work at least, so they're not seasonal and temporary. So over 1,000 hours for non-school, 630 hours for school. If it's full-time work based on those standards, the employee does not have a choice. They have to join Capers.
And he can't opt out at any time?
No.
Okay. I will relay that information back to him. The next question I have is in regards to the reduction in the rate of return to 7%. So when we put the 1.1 billion, if all the transfers are made, with the last transfer being on December 1st, of the 1.125 billion going in to the unfunded actuarial liability, we were projecting to be funded over 80%. With the rate of reduction from 7.75 to 7%, does that change the percentage amount of the unfunded actuarial liability?
It did change the unfunded actual liability, and it did slow down that funded ratio, but we're still in the next 2-3 years, I guess. Again, if we get to 7% and all the usual assumptions, we should reach that 80% goal. So it slowed us down slightly, but if that returns there, that 7%, we're still achieving that 80% funded ratio is still in the near-term horizon,
Okay.
if that helps.
And the final question I have, and actually I've been approached by this, well, during session, during the summer, and actually it was a issue in my primary election, and that is in regards to a cost of living adjustment. And I know there were many of us were contacted in regards to a COLA, because I think the last one that did occur, that was authorized by the legislature, was in 1998. And we had amendments on both the House and the Senate floor. And I just kind of want to know, because when I worked for Chrysler Corporation, I had a pension. And I also had a 401k. Chrysler was not going to make a cost of living adjustment in my pension. And that's a private business. Now, when Fiat took over Chrysler in about 2012, they actually wanted to liquidate the pension system. And so I was contacted because I had an active pension when I left Chrysler in 2006. And they basically gave me a package because they wanted to liquidate the pension, because you don't do pensions anymore in the private business or in the private sector. But again, with that pension, there would have never been a cost of living adjustment that Chrysler would have made. You knew exactly when you got into the pension system and when you retired what your benefit was going to be, which is the same with capers. And so, after you're done with your presentation, we're going to be talking with JG about the synopsis of the budget. And had we done a cost of living adjustment, we'd probably be in the negative because of the increases, depending on which one would have passed. So my question is, if we do a cost of living adjustment, or if the legislature authorized a cost of living adjustment, how does that, or would that impact the unfunded actual liability?
Yeah, that's right. So I guess it'd be depending on how it's structured, because those cost of living adjustments, and you're right, it's been, 1998 since any capers cost of living adjustment has been provided, although it's not in the statute, so it's got to be ad hoc, like you say, the legislature has to do it. But they could be structured lots of different ways. You could, in fact, you could say you want to spend $100 million, and that would fund it, and it could be a one-time COLA, and we could back in and we could tell you what $100 million, what that would be in terms of a one-time cost of living. Through the years, 70s, 80s, 90s, there were lots of cost of living adjustments, and some of them were permanent. There was a 13th check. Some were one-time. Some were based on years of service, $50, and and all this. So it depends on how you want to structure it, and it could be a one-time cost, whatever you want to spend, or it could be a permanent automatic cost of living. And of course there, since that one, for an example, is not pre-funded, because so the cost of that would be considerable if you wanted to make a kind of, I guess, pattern it after Social Security, where there's, maybe, and clearly a number of other public pension plans have it indexed to the CPIU. So whatever, maybe it's some portion of that. So yes, it could be done, I guess, lots of different ways. It probably comes down to, in part, how much, if you want to spend money on a COLA, do you want it one time, and how much, or do you want it an ongoing permanent increase, that their benefit goes up 3%, but they get it so that increased pension benefit went up 3% and they get it for the rest of their life? Or is it, in this year, they get $300, kind of a separate check? So since they're not pre-funded, you can tailor it, I guess, however you think the state budget could accommodate it, if that helps.
No, that helps, and I think the reason why this came up as a conversation piece was because of the ending balance that the state was experiencing. And if we did do a long-term, like you said, a 3% increase over the life of the recipient, that could have long-term effects. And so we have to be careful when we're looking at a cost of living adjustment for a pension system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alan, I want to go back to the people that are retiring in 2021. We're retiring on page 10. So statewide, we're dealing with a teacher shortage and trying to figure out, maybe it's a combination of all three. Maybe it's more teachers are retiring, the trend is going up. Maybe it's not as many people are going into teaching, or maybe they're switching out to other careers, or a combination of all. So I see it for 2021. What are you seeing as the trend for teaching?
Yeah, and we don't collect data by specific job title, but we know in for schools.
Which
I mean, there was a slight uptick in terms of retirement, but not dramatic. But maybe to your point, on slide 9, you can see, the years of service distribution on the right. And so, the largest single are people in the public sector that have less than 5 years of service, which to me then probably means people are leaving public service, and somebody's getting hired to take their place, but it's not being a lifetime 40-year commitment to public service, state or local or school. So,
okay.
yeah.
That's helpful. And then I had one other question. So on page 16, you talk about extending the amortization periods, and that was a big topic of discussion for the last couple of years. And we always heard, maybe not so much from you, but the noise was always that cost us so much more over the years. And I understand it's like a home mortgage, but so something changed evidently.
Yeah, and I think it does come back to, I guess, two things. One, the actuary says best practices, you should do it no more than 10 years out from it being extinguished. So we were at 11, so I think that was one of the factors. And then I think then you get into that sort of coupling with, so you're going to lower that assumed rate of return, but the board wanted to mitigate the impact on the employer contribution rates and make sure that funded ratio did not drop precipitously. So I think those two, then one of the keys then they had to address those areas was to add 6 years in this case for state school.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was actually my question, but made me think of something else. So in terms of looking at when we were discussing this and it was a hot topic, we were 11 years out. So is it likely to be another 10 years before we readjust those amortization numbers?
I guess I would assume maybe within another 5 or 6 years. Again, once you get to about that 10-year window, that's when the actuary says best practice is to go ahead and re-amortize. And of course, to me, as I mentioned, the biggest single factor is to make sure the employer is paying that actuarially required rate every year. And that's so key. And again, to the policymakers' credit, the last 6 years, you and your predecessors have done exactly that, plus the additional funding.
And certainly one of the reasons, I think nearly all of us, maybe all of us, I'm not sure what the vote was, but that we were willing to put in the 1 billion plus was trying to get the employer contribution rates down. And so they're not going to be down quite as much as we had hoped, but they're still down significantly, if I heard what you said.
Yes, and I think the projection as you look out, and we've got all the data, but as you look out a few years, it looks like it'll stabilize in that about 9%, 8.8, 9% employer contribution rate going out, and I think that's or I guess we hope is a manageable load for the employer for their contributions.
I know we had previous presentations, you had kind of showed what that might be. I'd sure like to see that again sometime. Not urgent, but it'd be a a nice thing to kind of look at how it's set, sort of what we thought it would be, and then how it's actually settling out whenever that's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly do that.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at, on page 9, active membership, and we go into Capers 3, which is drastically different to a certain extent. It's not a defined benefit anymore, but if memory serves, I'm trying to remember, we guaranteed 5% return on the investments. But is that just the state's part of the investment, or is that the what the employer's putting into?
Currently at 4%.
Oh, it's
So
4%,
It's
okay.
it's what they put, what the individual puts in their account, if I'm remembering that correctly. It is both, okay, I'm sorry. So
it's both.
employer and employee in that notational account, in the cash balance plan, which is Capers 3. So they're guaranteed right now 4% on what they put in plus what their employer put in.
So and on average, what has been the return in the since we put that in place, do you know?
It's been, yeah, we've got a chart. We may have to dig that out, but yes, because we report that to the board. And I just don't remember. Okay, I'm sorry, but it's been positive. I mean,
It's been more than 4%.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's right.
That's what I was wanting to.
Yes, it has
You know, because we hear a lot about, well, the pension's not near as good as it used to be, and maybe it's not. I mean, it's not a defined benefit anymore, but still, when you look at what, to the Vice Chair's comments, when you look at what private sector is offering, a 4% return on basically a IRA, I mean, is pretty good. So I guarantee, and I would imagine it's probably up there around 6-7% at least,
Yeah,
is
and
what
that
the
is-
average has been.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah.
And that is exactly right. I mean, it's guaranteed. So unlike a 401K where you kind of roll the dice and you hope whenever you get ready to retire, the economy's doing good and you're great. But yeah, again, the person can never lose what they put in. And then there's also this guaranteed interest payment, that's 4% on top of that, so.
Other questions? Alan, just one. You mentioned on our strive to get to the 8%, and you said in the near future. Do you have a chart on that or any type of projections? I mean, kind of showing if we continue with the 7%, that 3 years we've got it, or what year? Or
Yes,
18
we
months?
have that, and we can certainly
Share
provide
that with us? Yeah, that'd be good to know.
Yep, certainly be glad to do that.
Senator Clays is on WebEx. Does he have any questions? Nope. Okay. Well, thank you, Alan. Appreciate you being here today. Next, we'll have a presentation by the State on the State General Fund profile and the SGF receipts memo and the economic indicators. And first up, we'll have J.G. Scott, Director of Legislative Research. J.G., welcome committee.
Thank you. It's always nice to be here, especially when you don't ask questions. We're going to talk a little bit about the State General Fund receipts. Just so you have a packet, starts off with a green sheet. And before we really get started, I just wanted to put a little bit of context to this. The CRE adjusted the estimates in April. And in April, we raised those estimates $411 million, about $140 million in individual income tax, about $125 in corporate, and then about $105 million in sales and corporate. So when we look at the green sheet, this is the actual receipts for FY 2022. So when you look and review the total taxes, that shows an increase in taxes of $438 million. That is the amount that is above the original 411 million that we added. So this increase was around $850 million. So large increase. The individual income tax was up about $336 million. Balance dues came in much higher than we anticipated, than the early receipts had as well. And the withholding balances, the withholding payments that have been made came in higher each month as well. Individual income, like I said, was up that 336. Corporate was up about $81 million. Once again, those estimated payments and the balance due payments in corporate came in much higher than we anticipated. And we had raised those 125 million in April, and we still underestimated by $81 million. Sales and compensating use was up between the two about $20 million. And we think some of that was really around some of the inflation that was happening. So overall, we were up $438 million in taxes. There were some transfers that were made into the Budget Stabilization Fund. I think Amy's going to talk more about that a little bit later. So if we want to look then at the, I'm saying tan sheet that's right behind it, is our receipts for the month of July. And while not included in our profile that we'll talk about in just a moment, do want to give you a little update on where we were. Individual income tax came in about $40.5 million above what we had originally estimated. And that was mainly around withholding, still coming in pretty strong. Corporate was $14.6 million. Once again, it was around some of those estimated payments. And then sales and compensating use was up around $70 million. And I think that that number, the sales and compensating use, there were some tax adjustments that were made, and it may have been some issues with some of the timing on that, plus the amount of inflation that's occurring is also pushing those numbers up as well. So for the month, we were up $127.6 million. So then that leads us to the profile, and that's on the lilac page, purple. We're reflecting the actual 2022 receipts and expenditures. We received $7.9 billion in total state general fund receipts. We had released encumbrances of almost $20 million, and those are encumbered money from the state general fund that had happened in the past, and they paid most of those debts, that encumbered balance down, and this is what was left over, higher than normal. That usually runs in that $10 million range, but it was a little higher, around $20 million. So we ended the fiscal year with $1.8 billion in total expenditures, or $1.8 billion in our ending balance. Carrying that forward, consensus revenue estimates totaled about $8.9 billion. I pulled out separately most of the tax bills just to show the amounts included there. This does include the transfer to KPERS, the sales tax remittance, moving that, what had been called that prepayment, where you made that payment in the first 2 weeks, eliminated that. Those are the larger ones. When we looked at expenditures, our approved expenditures when we left was about 9.17 billion. Reappropriations, money that wasn't spent in 22 and moved into 23, was about $314 million. Total then expenditures, 9.5. We added the $314 million in. That reappropriates. It's allowed to be spent in 2023 with language, was not spent in 2022. Then we have that going away in 24. So when we look at our total ending balance right now is about $1.3 billion. It's about a 13%. We do have the budget stabilization fund projected in 23 at about $981 million. One thing that do want to point out in the profile is that we're spending about 260 million more in 22 than we were receiving. And the same thing in 2023, we're spending about $580 million more than we're bringing in. Do want to mention a couple of things. In the budget that was passed, there were a lot of one-time expenditures and one-time transfers. Real quick, that would total between the 2 years about $2.7 billion in one-time transfers and expenditures. Transfers were about $1.8 billion from the State General Fund into both the Budget Stabilization Fund and to CAPERS. And then we had expenditures of about $860 million over the 2 years for one-time expenditures. Bonds, $332 million for to pay off the John Redmond, the KU Med Center Education Building in Bath. Those were all paid off. We paid in $80 million for the water supply storage debt that was out there. And those are the main ones. We also, in 2023, paid off the school delayed payment, where we had been paying them in July for money that was supposed to have gone out in July or in June. So those are the major, and then we had some other adjustments as well. So when we look at overall, while we're spending more money, $2.7 billion of that was one-time transfers and expenditures. If you want to, we could go over, do you have the blue sheet? I think it's blue sheet, is the 5-year profile. I want, well, both for the short one and the long profile, I want to say that this is based on the old consensus numbers. These will be adjusted in November. So while we have numbers here, they will substantially change, my guess, in November. But when we review the 5-year profile, you'll see that we continued out the tax adjustments through the 24, 25, and 26. So our revenue does drop in 24 slightly, and that's a lot of around some of the transfers and such. And expenditures, you'll see the negative number of $314 million. That's that reappropriation. They could spend it in 23. So the way that this is calculated, the 23 expenditures are moved into the 24 starting expenditures as the base. So then we'd have to back that back out, that $314 million. And then we had the one-time expenditures that we needed to back out. That was around $400 million. So that's the reduction between the governor's recommendation and then some of the approved legislative adjustments. So the governor recommended more one-time expenditures. He moved some of those into 22 than what the governor had. So between the two, it shows a reduction, one-time expenditures of right around $300 million. So when we project that on out, the revenue does exceed the expenditures in 25 and 26. So it's trending down. Once again, this is not what we think is going to happen. This is just a profile that says, based on what has been going on, this is what will happen. More of a planning document to review those trends, whether things are, ending balances are trending up or trending down. We don't have any type of recession in here. We don't have a huge growth in here. It just kind of levels out the way it has been over the past. So that would be the 5-year profile, a quick overview of all of the state general fund receipts. And if you have any questions, I will try and answer them.
Questions? Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So JG, you were talking about in the budget bill that we passed this last session about mainly a lot of that one-time spending, namely paying off some bonds. And is it reflective in here, the bond payment savings that we will be, because we paid those bonds off?
Right, that's part of that negative number.
Okay.
The governor, because we did most of the stuff that the governor had as well on some of those bond payments and stuff. So that's figured in that. It's basically a one-time reduction in the base, and then it carries through the rest of those out years.
Right.
So that's part of that reduction in 24.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, my question was a lot the same as Representative Waymaster. So when we're looking at this, whatever color you call this sheet, the purple one, so at first blush, of course, it looks like, you know, we're spending so much more, but you said that's a combination of the one-time payment, actually reflects the health of the budget because we're able to make those one-time payments. It was capers, it was bond, it was delayed school payment that we caught up. Was there another one?
Yeah, I mean, those total one-time expenditures drop was about $400 million. A couple million or $200 million in education, another $100 million, almost 90 some for the docking and lab building, a board of regents. We had those.
Right.
That maintenance and the CTE, another 20 million for housing revolving fund. Hayes Armory, State Fair had some, so it's a total of expenditure reduction of about 404 million. Total revenue and transfers one time of about 675 million.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going to the tan sheet, I guess. That's July's. It looks like to me that this reflects a little bit of a shrinking in people's spending habits. Am I looking at it correctly? Because, you know, if you look at the retail sales tax, compensating use, cigarette, liquor, all those are especially the sales tax is drastically less than what actual was in 22. So even with inflation, we're seeing, in July at least, we saw some pullback.
Right, and remember we had that sales tax adjustment that was made in July for that prepayment.
Okay, so that makes some of it.
Yeah, so that will tweak some of that, and that'll move that into August.
How much of a percentage was that, do you think?
I think it was around 100 and,
So it's a pretty good sizable amount of that 25%. So it's maybe not as much of a shrinking as what it looks like. Okay, well, that's good. All right, thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your lavender and blue, looking at the budget stabilization fund, if we did not have that fund, we'd have an ending balance in excess of $2 billion in '23. Is that correct?
yes.
So, and when we figure the ending balance as a percent, which is to be what, 7.5% by statute, budget stabilization does not go into that calculation. Is that
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. And so that's completely separate from the ending balance.
Right. I mean, I think statutorily it was included to not be calculated in the ending percent of ending balance.
I thought that was the case. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. JG, thanks for being here. Looking at your blue sheet here, the reduction in food sales tax, is that, I see it's significant. Is that just for an inflation factor, the 437 to the 526, $1 million or $100 million, or how are you calculating?
That's supposed to drop the food sales tax rate. We start off, right now at the 6.5. In January, it'll drop to 4% of 23. And then January of 24, it'll drop to 2%. And then in 25, it goes away. So this would be reflecting part of that drop in the food sales tax rate as well.
So the full drop is in 26, the 526, that's completely out of there then
Yes, it would be.
for revenue.
Let's see, it may have just a little bit in it because of the fiscal year.
Oh, I see, yeah.
So, I mean, it would show up totally in fiscal year 27, but it's mainly, over half of it will show up in 26.
Very good. One more question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Just a quick one. This is probably some kind of an accounting deal. I see on the green sheet, the compensating use tax dropped almost 15 million. Is that just some kind of lag in accounting, or surely it didn't drop that much?
It did drop below the estimate, but if you do look, we had it at 21, actual was $600 million. We jumped all the way up to $790 million. So it came in at 775. So I'm not sure how much of that is a drop and how much of that was an overestimate that we had in.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, it's still a substantial increase. It's still a 28% increase over the previous year.
I would expect that, yeah.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I forgot. I was going to ask about the school finance part in 24, 25, and 26. That would be the CPI kicking in.
Correct.
What were those rates that you estimated?
I don't have that with me.
Okay.
But we'll be looking at that, and this wasn't re-estimated recently. We're just going to wait till we get to those consensus. But my guess is when it's all said and done, it'll probably be a little bit higher than what we have here.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty substantial increase, but we'll take a look at that and re-estimate that again in about a month.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, JG. Appreciate you being here today. Next, we'll have Edward Penner, Senior Economist from the Kansas Legislative Research. Edward, welcome to committee.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. You should have a one-page front and back white page for me. It might be more useful for you just to go straight to the back page, which is the charts, and just look at that and organize your thoughts as I speak here. This is our quarterly economic indicators report. As of December 1st, I think we will have been publishing this now for 2 years. As I mentioned to this group last year when I was in front of you, we are still interested in feedback and kind of continuously improving this document, hopefully making it more useful and user-friendly to you. This is designed to try to capture some of the information that we are somewhat frequently asked about from you all in terms of just what is going on in the economy. You see our tax reports on a monthly basis, but you don't necessarily see the actual economic activity sort of information on a regular basis. And accordingly, we get asked for that somewhat regularly. And we thought it might be helpful to just publish that on a quarterly basis to get it in front of you more readily. But if there are any information that you do want to see in this sort of report, or if you want to see it organized in a different fashion, we are certainly interested in that sort of feedback. And so this data generally represents the second quarter of 2022, and as I probably don't need to tell you because you all experienced it and I'm sure heard from your constituents about it, inflation was the biggest economic topic of the second quarter of 2022, as it had been for about the 2 or 3 quarters preceding that quarter as well. And this 3-month period saw an average year-over-year rate of those 3 months of 8.6%. That was the highest 3-month period since the 3 months that overlapped 1981 and 82. And this now represents that we've had, I believe, 15 consecutive months through June, and now 16 consecutive months when you add in July, of the annualized inflation exceeding 4%. And of course, the Federal Reserve's target inflation level is between 2 and 2.5%. So that's quite a while now for inflation to be quite a bit higher than the target level, and plenty of those months, as you can see, it's very much higher than the Federal Reserve's target level. One of the other kind of noteworthy things about this is that the Midwest region, for reporting purposes, of which Kansas is a part, saw even higher inflation than the nation as a whole. In those 3 months, it averaged 8.9% annualized inflation. That's kind of interesting because generally in the long term, the Midwest region sees lower inflation than the nation as a whole. From the 1980s, when the index was kind of set to 0 to the present, it's some 25% more that the index has grown. So somewhere in the 0.5% per year range that the Midwest region has seen less than the nation as a whole over the long term, but in the nearer term, it's seeing higher levels of inflation. As you're probably well aware, energy costs were the largest driver of inflation throughout that quarter. In that quarter, they averaged 35.5% over the months. Food prices also exceeded the top line amount. They were 10% on average over those 3 months. Excluding food and energy, which is one way that people sometimes like to look at inflation, since those two items tend to be somewhat more volatile and also are sometimes linked to economic issues that are separate from the central economy. Inflation was still 6% on average annualized for the 3 months of the second quarter. And so that's still quite a bit higher than anyone would want inflation to be running. It is kind of interesting. In times of higher inflation, energy and food do tend to outpace kind of core inflation, core being inflation excluding food and energy. And in times of lower inflation, food and energy tend to lag behind core inflation. This kind of makes sense because, of course, when you go to the store and buy something, part of what you are paying for is the cost of getting that product to the store. And of course, energy feeds into that. And so energy especially has its fingers all throughout the inflation report. That's not to say, of course, that this is purely in an energy type inflation scenario. Inflation is widespread throughout the economy and would still be well above the kind of target inflation levels, even if there were no inflation in energy. The other things that I would mention in this chart is that Kansas workers did see nominal gains in hourly and weekly wages throughout the quarter. However, those gains were lower than the inflationary levels, and so it actually represents a loss in what might be described as real earnings for Kansas workers. The other thing I would notice that the unemployment rate for Kansas was below 2.5% for each month of the quarter, and Kansas did gain seasonally adjusted non-farms, 4,400 of those over the course of the quarter, which represents a 0.3% growth from where we were at the end of the preceding quarter. You can see that on an annualized basis, we were up 1.8% in April, 1.4% in May, and 2% in June. And with that, I would be happy to stand for any questions, but also hear whatever feedback you might have on this. If there's any other information that you would really like to see in a report like this, we would love to know that as well, since we intend for this to be kind of a value-added service for you.
Thank you, Edward, and yes, very helpful. And you made a couple of points, and I appreciated that our inflation rate is higher than across the United States even here. I mean, I know several of us are involved in agriculture, and, it's like, I don't know where we come up with this 8%. I mean, you mentioned food and fuel. I mean, diesel fuel still over $5, and you made a point that, freight is staying high, and that's going to generate higher prices at the stores, and it will, and it'll continue until that gets adjusted. But it seems to me like real inflation. I mean, I mentioned this several times, the cost of fertilizer and seed and, the inputs in agriculture are, I mean, they're 300% increases in many cases. And so when we start talking 8%, it's always, like, where do we come up with them numbers? And I know I take, gas and food out of the equation because that's the thing folks see every day, But I guess one of the things that I wouldn't mind seeing on the chart is, I keep hearing that, we've got anywhere from 20 to 30,000 less people working today than we did, 2 years ago when the coronavirus showed up. And do you know what the number is on employment as far as the number of people that are employed versus now and then? I mean, like I said, I've heard anywhere from 20 to 30,000 less people working, and
And I believe what you're referring to is the non-farm employment number. That's the kind of traditional jobs number. I believe that those numbers you mentioned are right in the right ballpark of it. I don't have it in front of me, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but I'll certainly circle back around with you with what those numbers are, and I'll get a written report to the committee through Amy.
yeah, that'd be great. And like I said, maybe if you had room on the chart, you might add that on for us, so we could look at that as we go forward. Questions for Edward? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the second one down, the monthly CPIU, the numbers on the left, 240, 300, what is that
So that's the actual index value in the first half of the 1980s. I don't want to say exactly when it was. The Bureau of Labor Statistics pinned the index at that point in time to 100. Okay. And since then, that index has grown, and now it is up at in the 290s for the nation as a whole, and in the right around 270 for the Midwest region. And so that's when I mentioned that the Midwest region over the long term has seen slower inflation than the nation. That gap is what I'm talking about. But that's what it is. And so that difference is the amount of consumer price index inflation from whenever that was exactly pinned in the 1980s to today. It went from 100 to 290.
Okay.
Almost a 200% increase in those some 37 odd years.
Okay. And then the top one on the right, if I'm reading that, on average, our hourly wages in the private sector are running, it's not a lot, but it's a little over $1 more than the nation.
So no, the top one on the right is all Kansas data. The blue line is 2021 data, and the yellow line is 2022 data. And so the average hourly wages are running about $1-ish higher in 2022 than they were in the same month in 2021.
Okay, I should have looked at the legend.
And that was a little narrower in the month of May. There was a big bump for whatever reason in May of 2021.
Okay, yeah, that's not state and US, that's
Right,
just
that's-
Kansas. Okay, makes more sense. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Crystal ball question. Coming back from Hayes yesterday, great trip, with the new adolescent mental health facility. But, and I got gas and it was $3.19, which was less than it is where I get my gas normally at home. So what are you seeing or reading in terms of how you think things are going to play out relative to inflation? Do you think some of the things Congress has been doing will make a difference in that, and will we stabilize? And what impact will that have on our outlook here in Kansas? So just a real easy question.
Just what's going to happen with inflation over the next 2 years, right? Yeah. We haven't formally re-estimated inflation since the April consensus estimates. We will formally re-estimate it in November when we revise the consensus estimates. I think most forecasters have it going down in the long term, eventually returning to what are more normal levels, and they certainly have it going down in the medium term as well. In terms of exactly what is causing that, I don't necessarily want to say that actions by Congress would cause that, but I do think that at the very least the actions of the Federal Reserve in driving up interest rates will have some effect to that effect. It would be hard for the economy to continue to run as hot as it has with tightening interest rates. Exactly when that will happen and the exact extent to which that will happen, I am hesitant to speculate. And of course, everything that I just said is assuming no sort of shocks to the economy. If a hurricane hits the Gulf of Mexico and takes oil refineries offline for several weeks, that could substantially drive up certain energy prices, and that could happen at a time where energy prices are already pretty high and throw us right back into the sort of very high inflation levels that we are still in, and could kind of re-elevate us again. So there's lots of things that could happen that it makes me hesitant to get any more specific than that with a crystal ball.
Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just kind of thought of this, when we're talking about the economic indicators, and I'm glad we have this report to kind of like schedule out exactly what's going on nationally and also with the state of Kansas. But in regards to the economy of the state of Kansas, is there any way that we could add like the 5 largest industry types in the state of Kansas? We always talk about agriculture being number 1, the aircraft industry number 2. But if we could have the top 5 industry types and the fluctuations over years on how much they impact the Kansas economy, is that possible?
We can certainly put together something like that. It'll probably be a work in progress. We'll want to run various versions of it by you, but yeah.
That way we have an idea of what the top 5 industries are in the state of Kansas and how much it impacts our economy. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That just stimulated a question, and I walked out for a minute. So if you already, what are the top 5, your best guess?
I do not want to guess even. Of course, when you look at the jobs data purely, agriculture wouldn't show up in those as top 5 because it's non-farm employment by definition. And so for that reason, I don't even want to try to say.
Okay, it's fair.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Edward, thank you.
Senator, one thing I did want to kind of circle back on, you asked about what makes up that 8% or 9%, whatever percent inflation that they get to. And of course, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, their actual CPI report is very lengthy. And you can see the inputs that go into arriving at exactly that and the individual line items that go into that. Of course, it's designed to be the consumption purchases of an average consumer across the nation. And so the biggest line item that they have in there is housing costs. And the way they try to evaluate housing costs is kind of this concept called owner's equivalent of rent. And so it has a lag factor in it because it's kind of conceptually what an owner would get for rent if they were renting their house out. And that makes up something like 23% of the CPI basket. And because of that lag, it hasn't actually really fully reflected the tremendous house price growth of over the last 2 years yet. It is starting to incorporate that, but it will continue to incorporate that in coming months to where even if other prices start to come back down, that housing price is likely to be an upward pressure on inflation in coming months. And the CPI levels that you see, even if the housing prices in the actual market do start to drop attributable to the increased interest rates, it's likely that you're going to see the housing factor of CPI continue to be upward and have upwards pressure on the overall CPI. And there's of course a whole number of other subcomponents of that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And rents have continued to really rise. I just read an article that even I think Idaho and Colorado's houses have started to drop in value. So I mean, like you said, the rents haven't though. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was wanting to ask again about on the monthly CPI. Looking at that, we are trending right now in the Midwest what the U.S. was trending in 21. Is that, you mentioned that we're always kind of lower, but is that normal that we're kind of year over year, we kind of catch up, or?
So I think that the Midwest catching up to the U.S. in 1 year's time is something that only occurs in a high inflation scenario.
So we're not looking at next year possibly catching up?
I certainly hope not, because that would tend to indicate that we've had another full year of inflation at the levels that we have had over the last year.
I hope not too. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. Next, we'll have a presentation on the Budget Stabilization Fund balance. Amy Deckert, Assistant Director for Fiscal Affairs, KLRD. Welcome, committee, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were some questions already on this topic, so we wanted to give you a little refresher. So you should have a yellow memo in front of you. Just want to remind everyone that the 2016 legislature established the Budget Stabilization Fund. It is to be expended solely by act of appropriation by the legislature or the State Finance Council as an act of legislative delegation. It, per statute, shall not be considered as part of the state general fund ending balance or for compliance with any other statutory requirements such as allotments or the unencumbered ending balance requirement. For fiscal year 2020, 50% of the amount that SGF receipts exceeded the CRE revenue estimates were transferred from the state general fund into the Budget Stabilization Fund. As a reminder, that totaled $81.9 million. The governor then recommended that the balance in the Budget Stabilization Fund be transferred into the State General Fund due to an anticipated shortfall in revenue due to the COVID-19 pandemic. These funds were transferred to the State General Fund via an act of appropriation in fiscal year 2022. The governor suspended transfers, recommended suspending transfers to the Budget Stabilization Fund for fiscal year 2021. So the balance of the fund at the beginning of fiscal year 2022 was zero. During the last legislative session, $750 million was transferred into the Budget Stabilization Fund. That was $500 million in the mega appropriation bill and $250 million in the omnibus appropriation bill. Would note, in addition to these transfers, 50% of state general fund tax only receipts in excess of the CRE estimate are to be transferred into the Budget Stabilization Fund for fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024. After 2024, no further transfers will occur unless approved by the legislature. If state general fund receipts are less than estimated, no transfers would occur from that source. The actual transfer for this past year was $219.1 million. So the total transfers for the past fiscal year was $969.1 million. I would note that the statute also provides that interest earnings for the budget stabilization funds do accrue to that fund. So there have been transfers for the first 2 months of the fiscal year, bringing the current balance to $970.5 million. Be happy to answer any questions about the budget stabilization fund.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were just talking here, is this in statute or was this in proviso? The stabilization fund, did we put it in statute?
It is in statute.
Okay, so we limited it to just those, just till to 24?
So in the most recent appropriation bill, you extended that through 2024. You amended the statute to extend that to 2024.
Okay, so what's the statute?
Well, since you've amended, the statute is now through 2024. You can continue to amend that moving forward, but the statute does say 2024.
Oh, okay, but we could continue to amend that every year and with like a proviso or something, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How do we figure the interest earnings that put another roughly $1 million in there?
Sure, that's based upon the actual interest earnings for what the pooled money investment board is receiving actually gets transferred. So that is calculated monthly on actuals.
It's PMIB, so whatever PMIB gets. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing that, thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we will have a COVID-19 expenditures update from the Office of the Recovery. And we'll have Dr. D'Angela Burns Wallace, Secretary of Administration. Okay.
Boys. Old Christians kept saying, I want a baby brother. But he doesn't understand it's two. Oh, I know that. I'm getting pretty damn close. No, we knew they were twins. Yeah, we knew we were having twins when we did the first sonogram.
Call our meeting back to order, and next up is Secretary D'Angela Burns Wallace. Welcome, committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for your patience this morning. It's coming down 70 and they're doing some great work out there, but it takes you a little longer as you lose a few of those lanes. So thank you this morning. I am joining you this morning to give you a few updates around the COVID relief funds, particularly talk about some of the updates from the Office of Recovery and some aspects of where we are with other Spark programs that have been funded and moving forward. You all have a packet in front of you. I'm going to reference a couple of slides, and then you have an appendix with additional background information. I only really have 2 slides to walk through. I figure there's probably various questions, and so wanted to leave as much time as possible. So just to give us an update, I am on the first full slide. As you all know, we received CRF dollars back in 2020 to directly combat the COVID, and we are at the end of that process. For CRF dollars, if you remember when we first received those dollars from the federal government, there was a December 2020 deadline to spend those funds. Late in December of 2020, they extended that deadline to December of 2021. The reason that the closeout takes months after that, so the full federal closeout of CRF is actually September 30. So we are coming up on that. We have closed out all of those funds. We are doing more administrative things right now to make sure all of the accounting, all of the documentation, all of the things are necessary. But the CRF funds, remember, they had to be spent by 2021. The only expenses we have past December of 2021 are to pay administrative fees, so for audits, things of that nature. And so we are in full closeout for CRF dollars. All dollars have been moved through, all the counties have been closed out, all the agency programs have been closed out. There are 2 things that I do want to bring to your attention around these funds, is that as we did that closeout across counties, agencies, programs, just like as we were going through it, there were times in which there were dollars that were unspent. There were dollars that were recouped for various reasons. And so across all programs, at the end, we were able to recoup $15.4 million of unused funds. So understand, these were originally allocated out to the program. So there was nothing that was unallocated. But at the end, what you do is you clean up your books, right? And make sure everything was in place, everything was utilized. That 15.4 is what we have recouped this year throughout the cleanup and the closeout. And again, some of it came from counties, some of it came from agencies, some of it came from programs that were stood up. In addition to that 15.4, the rules, as you know, with these dollars, changed throughout this process. And the FEMA reimbursement that was available during the beginning of the pandemic over the last 2 years continued to expand to include up to 100% of a larger allowable category of things. And so what we were able to do, again, when you do a closeout like this, you go back, you make sure you're looking at all your various expenses. We were able to identify, with the help of KDHE, $55.4 million that we originally used CRF for. So it's really PPE type of related things, things that were related to testing, vaccinations, that initially we use CRF for, but because of how FEMA's guidelines expanded, we're now FEMA eligible. So we applied for FEMA and we received that $55.4 million back in a FEMA reimbursement. Those 2 amounts, that 15.4, the 55.4, again, both have come back to us in 2022. So we had to identify charges or expenses that happened in 2021 that were eligible for us to still be able to reallocate those dollars. Luckily, the payment that we provided to the UI Trust Fund, the $250 million, the first payment, that was done using ARPA funds, but it is also CRF eligible. So what we were able to do was to do an administrative swap and put those funds against the CRF dollars, releasing 70 million back into the ARPA pot. Because the way the legislation was written for that UI trust payment, it was for any eligible federal dollars. At the time that we made the 250 payment, we didn't have any other eligible dollars but ARPA. As these dollars became available, that was a 2021 expense. It was an allowable expense under CRF, so it allows us to fully utilize those dollars and not have to return them to the federal government. And then it also allows us to pull some of those ARPA dollars back to be redistributed accordingly. I have more, but I want to stop there around CRF before I go through some of the other buckets.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Questions, Representative Waymaster has a question.
I didn't mean to jump in front of you, but, so, in this slide, Madam Secretary, you say that there's 374 million left. Does that include the 70 million?
It does.
Or is it, it's not in addition to?
No, that 374 actually has the 70 in there.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
Other questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. So, secondly, so as you all remember, the way the legislation was written, 250 went in 2021 to the UI Trust, and then a second 250 was to be deposited into an account. And we've done that. So it is sitting in that separate account pending the audit and necessary steps around as identified in that legislation. So we just wanted to make sure that this committee was aware that that transfer has happened and it is sitting and holding in that account as requested by legislation. Though the audit that was requested is due back to you all, I think, in early September, so in the coming weeks. If we move forward and begin to now talk about the state fiscal recovery funds, the ARPA discretionary dollars. So with these funds, if you remember, so this is the second tranche of COVID relief dollars that has come into the state. This Spark process, slightly different than the first process, kicked off last fall and included both programs that were identified by the Spark Executive Committee, an advisory group process that also received outside submissions, that review of that process. And so that bucket of money, which was originally around 1.6 billion, of that money, right now, the Spark Executive Committee has before them around 374 million for distribution. The rest of that 1.6 billion has been allocated. And so in your appendix, we tried as best we can to do the kind of cleanest snapshot of that distribution. On page 5 of the appendix, you can see like the big buckets, and then the pages after page 5, we try to break it down into each group. So you see that there were some that was legislatively directed in 2021. There are some that was legislatively directed in 2022. There are some that was directed by Spark itself in the end of 2021. And that included like the 24/7 pay plan, the nursing support to the hospitals. And then you also see in that last green bucket, the recoupments. And so that recoupment includes that 70 that I just mentioned, which gives us approximately a total of 374. But again, on the pages behind it, we tried to break it out so you could see kind of each of the various groups. We have short descriptions. It may not be, you may not be one-to-one, but just trying to show you so that you could see what happened to each of those. With that, the 374 that is in front of the Spark Executive Committee, we had a meeting that was scheduled for early August, and we had an unfortunate last-minute conflict, and so we had to reschedule. We have dates in early September that we are confirming with leadership to be able to land that meeting. The executive committee has been reviewing all of the information from the advisory committees, the recommendations out of the advisory committees, the various buckets that they identified, also with other priorities in preparation for that meeting. And so that work is still happening on the backside, but that meeting to do that distribution or the recommendations to State Finance Council for the remaining 374, we hope to be able to land in the next coming weeks. And just lastly, those allocations that were made in 2022, just for you all's awareness, we are in process of pushing those out to agency. So those last few pages that identify everything that was in 2022's budgets, bills that were appropriated to agencies, those are rolling out slowly. We're pushing them out, as quickly as we can. We stand up MOAs with every agency. Agencies have been going through necessary training for reporting, compliance, to make sure that they understand. We have a grant management tracking system so that we are doing all of the due diligence as the dollars go out. As we execute those MOAs, we then are pushing the money to the agencies accordingly. So we are working our way through that 2022 appropriations list as we speak. I am literally signing MOAs daily. With that, are there questions that I can answer around the SFRF dollars?
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I have had people ask me, they were about when it was going to be rescheduled, the meeting, and you're saying it's probably...
I don't have a specific day. We will make sure we notify this committee. We are looking at dates across the first 2 weeks of September right now. I have them out to leadership confirming that they can all attend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question in regards to the base grant that was allocated back in April, I believe. And who made the decision on what applications were approved for the base grant?
So the base grant was run through the Department of Commerce. They had priorities, a scoring matrix, and we can, if we have questions for them, we can definitely get them to answer those questions and talk about their process and how those decisions were identified. But the Department of Commerce managed the application process and the selection process of the base grant.
Okay, and I'd kind of like to know how that process was, because there's a lot of consternation in the central and western part of the state because they had applications that were not approved, and it seemed like western Kansas was kind of left out of the mix. And I've heard from numerous organizations and entities not being approved, and I'm sure the chairman has probably heard from those as well as the vice chair of appropriations, because it seemed like western Kansas just did not receive that much. So my next question is, the Spark Executive Committee was going to meet August 15th.
I think so.
Is that right?
It was around that time period.
And then, like you said, that due to unforeseen circumstances, that meeting was canceled. And so we have $374 million left of the original $1.6 billion that came from the federal government from ARPA.
Correct.
Out of the 4 advisory panels, because I was chair of one of the advisory panels, so I know what we requested, what is the total amount of ask
Across
between
the
with
committees.
all 4 advisory panels?
We can get you those numbers. What I will say is if you, I know you remember, I just want to say to the entire committee, each of the advisory groups provided like a minimum and a maximum in terms of parts of their recommendation. If I remember correctly, the minimum is higher than even the minimum request across all of those 4 committees is higher than the 374. I want to say it was in like maybe the 400s. And then the maximum was close to maybe 800, but we can get you that exact. We actually have it on a slide, and we can send that over.
Okay, yeah, I'd kind of like to know what the other, I mean, I listened to some of the other advisory panels when they made their recommendations, and it was, it was kind of hard to have a,
Yes,
a
we
sheet
actually,
here
yep,
when-
we will send it. There's a packet that we actually provided to the executive committee, and it actually has kind of a summary slide that shows the 4 groups, their minimum and then their maximum, and then it has 1 slide per group that shows what was in their minimum and maximum. So it's only about maybe 6 or 7 slides. It's not too thick. We can send, it's very summary level. It doesn't go into all of the detail, but from a summary purposes, we can share that with this committee.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
You'll get that to all the members, or?
Yes, we will, I will make sure that our team sends it over to the committee so that you all have it.
Okay, great, thank you. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the page 6, I guess, looking back at, well, first of all, I'll go to the unemployment modernization. So we put in 9.6. The whole contract, if I remember rightly, is somewhere around 40 million. Is there going to be an ask out of Spark for that, the rest of that money for the modernization? Or for the labor, Department of Labor, unemployment
So
modernization?
as part of one of the submissions, I believe it was to the Efficiency and Modernization Advisory Group, I do believe that there was additional dollars that labor asked for in relationship to the modernization. I don't know the dollar amount off the top of my head, but we can pull that information.
But it's in the mix there.
It was in there. I just don't know the total dollar amount. What you see here is what you all did within the appropriations.
Right.
Right, and,
That was-
but I know it was in there. I don't know the exact dollar amount or the specifics of it, but we can pull that for you.
Okay. Right, and are we very sure that we can use the whole amount to pay for that modernization, or do we have to use some general fund money for the Department of Labor modernization?
I can't speak to it directly.
Okay.
We'll make sure we get you some information,
Okay.
only because I'm not tracking on it that closely in terms of their actual dollars and their funding sources, but we'll work with labor to get you all some feedback on that.
Okay. And then the other is the docking renovation. It's
Yes.
something that I was hoping that we could, and I know this isn't necessarily the right place maybe to, but I was kind of interested in where we are on that and the KDHE lab, since we've got the money allocated, but it's kind of a placeholder. So where are we at? Because I'm not seeing any action yet, so.
Well, and please understand, projects of this size,
it takes a while.
we don't run out, but there is actually lots of activity. Luckily, you also have the Secretary of Administration that is standing in front of you. And so I have a little bit of it, but we can get you full on details. Both projects are fully moving forward. The KDHE lab, the actual contractor has been fully selected. They are under contract and moving forward and working on currently directly with Department of Administration and KDHE, all of the kind of final documents in terms of, this is when they're going through like materials, design, all of those types of things. But that vendor is under contract and fully bid. I don't want to misspeak, so we will get you that name. I don't have those notes in front of me. The KDHE, so that's for the lab. The architect, the construction company is under contract, working with them, and they are kind of full forward, moving forward. The docking lab is slightly different because of the nature of how it was written. Our process is slightly different. So where we are in that process is the bid process did kick off this spring, and we have multiple steps that they go through. So we have gone through receiving open bids, then you go through a qualified bid process, you identify the qualified bidders, they then go into a process where they work to understand, again, material, structure, all of that. We then provide various sourcing documents for them to finalize their bids. That timeline is moving forward. We have 3 qualified bidders that are all engaged. That is an open RFP process. But those 3 bidders can be identified because we are in that stage of it, and that is public information. We'll get those 3 names back to you. They are scheduled to have their full bids in based on the architectural design and all of the other aspects, I believe in mid to late September. So we should be able and be in place to make that final selection for that contractor in that October timeframe.
Great, all right. So on the docking, the same contractor will raise part of it as well as do the,
So when they bid on the entire project, start to finish.
okay, great. So going back to the money then, I know that there was a lot of, we didn't, well, in 21, for sure, we didn't know whether or not half could be paid for or all of it could be paid for, docking and the lab. So do we know any more on that?
We made all of that determination at the end, at the end of the budget process, and it was determined 50%. We knew would be fully allowable under ARPA guidelines, and the other 50% was put into SGF. We made sure we provided that information right at the end of, as you all were kind of wrapping up your budget process, and so both of those projects are split pretty much right at that 50-50 mark in terms of the monies that have been allocated.
Okay, I probably
Yep, no problem. There was a lot going on. There were a lot of moving
I've
pieces.
slept since then, so yeah. Okay,
Yes.
all right, sounds good, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
So just real quickly, on page 2, those are just quick updates of, these are the Spark programs that were funded in towards the end of 2021. You all remember we funded, I'm on that executive committee, so I can say we funded the Frontline Hospital Workers Retention Program. That wrapped up in February. Funds were fully extended. We did recoup some dollars from a few hospitals that were unable to use those dollars, but in general, everyone used all the dollars that they needed to, and we received all the necessary reporting. So for all intents and purposes, that program has been closed out. We just mentioned the BASE program. Those awards were made in April. Those MOAs continue to go out. They're going out in a rolling basis to make sure that each project has all of the necessary compliance, reporting, things of that nature. And again, if anyone needs additional information there, we can pull that. The Spark Executive Committee provided dollars to help with the extension of testing, and this was around that November, December timeframe, and we needed to be able to push. It was more of a cash flow issue because we knew FEMA reimbursement. We believed FEMA reimbursement was going to be coming in, that there would be dollars, but we needed to make sure we had enough cash flow to continue that testing through the first of the year. That money came in from FEMA, so none of those dollars were actually used from ARPA because there was plenty of money to continue that testing. The Learning Recovery Grant, that RFP closed on August 2nd, and it's under bid and review, and that program will kick off this fall. There was also a KS Connect and Learn that went to the Department of Education. That has been transferred to them. That program is up and running and has been extended. And then lastly, the 24/7 playpen, which I believe you all are hearing from this afternoon. They'll talk more about the mechanics of it. Just as a reminder, the funding for FY22 for that program came from ARPA. And then FY23 moves back into SGF. And so this is the funding that was approved for the 24/7 play plan for FY22 only. And we did recoup some dollars because, again, we put an amount in there. We didn't know exactly what the exact was, but the authorization was only for FY22 because at FY23, it shifted, their funding stream changed over. And so anything that wasn't used by the end of FY22, we recoup and it comes back in. That's also part of what's in that 102 that continues to gets us to the 374. So just wanted to give you kind of high level of all of the other programs that Spark approved last year. So in case there are any questions there.
Any questions? Seeing none?
All right, we will get those few items to you, and it's good seeing you all, and let us know if there's anything else that we can provide.
Thank you a lot for being here today. We appreciate the update and look forward to the additional information. Thank you. Committee, we're just a little ahead of schedule, but I think we'll go ahead and take a break for lunch. And guess we'll start back up at 1:30. So we're on recess. Thank you. Next item we have on the agenda is presentation on the Panasonic agreement and the Apex legislation. And we'll hear from Robert North, Chief Counsel from the Kansas Department of Commerce. Robert, welcome committee. Is your mic on? I think on top there, push that button.
Is that better?
There you go.
Better?
There you go.
Okay. So happy to be here, talk about the legislation and also the agreement that the state entered into with Panasonic. And several of you are on the State Finance Council, and of course that group took a little deeper dive into the agreement as part of the process. And so that's what I intend to cover. We'll leave obviously some time for questions and be happy to answer those as well. With me is Rachel Willis, who's our Director of Legislative Affairs, and Paul Hughes, who's our Deputy Secretary for Business Development. So hopefully between the three of us, we can answer any questions that you might have. So with regard to the Apex legislation, I guess the first point I want to make is that each of the 5 major incentives are based on performance, right? The state is not fronting any dollars to Panasonic or any other Apex eligible company. These incentives are based on the company performing. The company has to make capital investment. The company has to hire employees and pay them. So that is really the beautiful part of the legislation. I mean, it was such major, significant, and impactful legislation, but that's a key, and that's probably something that you'll hear me mention more than once. So just following along real quickly, there is a refundable investment tax credit based on capital expenditures and investments made by Panasonic. The law allows up to a 15% credit for eligible qualified expenses. The Finance Council approved and the Department of Commerce negotiated a 12.5% credit for Panasonic. There is a partial payroll rebate of up to 10% for 10 years, and that is based solely on jobs that are hired and wages that are paid. There's a training reimbursement of up to 50% that is capped at $5 million a year. Again, it's a reimbursement. The company has to spend its money, and then we can reimburse up to the $5 million a year. We're going to talk about workforce in a few moments, but in recognition of the fact that 4,000 jobs is a lot of people, we're going to have to bring in, and the anticipation is that employees are going to relocate to Kansas from other states. So in recognition of that fact, the legislation allows for some relocation reimbursement. Again, we're not fronting the money there. It's a reimbursement basis. And then there's a sales tax exemption on construction materials, which you're likely familiar with. The Apex Act provides similar but lesser incentives for suppliers, and there's a 0.5% reduction in corporate income taxes, which is going to benefit every company in Kansas. I guess the 3 kind of hardwired metrics in the Apex bill: the company has to spend over $1 billion. It has to operate within 5 years, and it has to stay in the state for at least 15 years. And there are, both in the legislation as well as in the agreement, there are clawbacks associated with a failure to meet one of those significant criteria. Kind of going through the actual Panasonic deal, the agreement with the company talks about up to $4 billion of capital investment, anticipated 4,000 jobs. I think the average wage for those jobs is a little over $60,000 a year, so they're good jobs. It's anticipated there would be another 4,000 or more jobs created by suppliers to Panasonic that are going to want to locate in proximity to the company. And then there's, over 16,000 construction jobs. This is a huge project, largest project in the history of the state. You can see where there is significant economic impact every year based on the study done by Wichita State. So it's like a 26-to-1 kind of ROI from each dollar of incentives the state's going to provide to what the benefit that the state, the region is going to realize. There's a summary of what the incentives could look like if Panasonic performs as anticipated. Keep in mind that they've got to earn these incentives before they receive them. So, we can put a price tag on the investment tax credit. That's anticipated. If they don't invest as much as anticipated, then they're going to receive a lesser benefit. Same with the partial payroll benefit, right? So they've got to hire the people, they've got to pay them the wages, and then they're entitled to that 10% of the payroll. The training and education, up to $5 million a year. Again, that's reimbursement. That's not money we're fronting to the company. Relocation investment, up to $1 million a year for 10 years, and then there's a projected value on the sales tax exemption component. This process, and most of you know this, took months and months and months, and it's not linear. A deal of this size zigs and zags and is not necessarily a straight line, but with your support, greater legislative support, and a lot of negotiation with the company, the state was able to land this transformative project. The $829 million, that sounds like a lot of money, and it is. But keep in mind, again, the company's got to perform to receive that money. And I mentioned clawbacks earlier. If the company fails to invest at least $1 billion, does not commence commercial operations in 5 years, then the state's able to claw back every penny that the company has received. In addition, in the legislation, there's a schedule of clawbacks related to the company relocating outside the state of Kansas. As unlikely as that is, after they've invested, $4 billion, but if they do leave within that 15-year period, then there's a clawback specifically associated with that. There's already a lot of activity at the site in DeSoto. The dirt's being moved, steel and those things are being ordered. So things are happening, and it's directly related to this legislation. and to, to really the partnership that between the legislative branch and the department and the governor's office and everyone to land this, this significant project. A big issue, and it's also why Kansas was a better location than the site in Oklahoma that the company was considering, was the size and number of people in our kind of labor pool, labor market, if you will. So that was a big advantage for Kansas. Legislation says the state can do one of these projects in 2022 and one in 2023. We've got 7 Apex type projects in our pipeline, I think right now. That doesn't mean they all want to come to Kansas, but they might. And this project and this legislation has led to that number of large projects considering Kansas. The last several years, I don't know that we had any projects of this scope in our pipeline. So the word's out there with site consultants and companies that are interested in either locating a project or relocating a company in Kansas is really reaping the benefits of this legislation and the opportunities that it creates. So with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had mentioned 15 years and all that. Do you have a white paper that has all that on there? The clawbacks, and it's not in your presentation.
We'll be happy to get you a summary of the clawbacks. Yes.
Because I've already forgotten what you said, and
okay.
If I had a piece of paper that said that, it'd keep me from looking through the bill.
All right, fair enough. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my first question is, how are the communities around DeSoto preparing for this? I mean, I know Lawrence is looking at housing, Olathe. What can the state do to help them get everything ready for when Panasonic actually opens the door?
That's a great point. And if you drew a 50-mile radius circle around DeSoto, I mean, those communities are going to be impacted by this. Housing, schools, just everything. And so that activity and that planning is taking place now. There's regularly scheduled meetings with communities to start really drilling down into what those impacts are going to be, but they're going to be significant. And housing in particular it's going to have a ripple effect all the way around that area. So it's a major issue and it's being worked on.
And then my next question, and I'm going to guess that you probably can't give too many details about the 7 projects that are in the pipeline, but are they all centered around the Kansas City metropolitan area, or are they looking Wichita, or are they looking all throughout the state of Kansas?
Yeah, I know they are not all looking at Northeast Kansas. I think there's one, and Paul might be able to answer this better, but there's one in a more rural area of the state, at least one that I'm aware of, and then one in South Central. And I don't know, Paul, do you want to?
Good afternoon, Paul Hughes, Deputy Secretary for the Department of Commerce. Just to further on that response, the projects that we're working on right now, we initially kind of break them down by industry sectors. So we have two in the semiconductor space. One is in a rural community. One is in the greater Wichita area. Looking at some of the other industries, we do have a battery manufacturer, not necessarily for EV batteries, but potentially for the charging stations. They're looking at the whole of Kansas to locate that project. We have others that are in a variety of industries, but I would characterize them as being primarily central and eastern thirds of the state.
Right. And then the reason why I asked that question is because some of the criticism of the Apex bill was that it was going to focus on Northeast Kansas. And that's what some constituents of mine feel like, that this bill was targeting towards a more metropolitan area, but it actually could generate businesses throughout the entire state of Kansas.
That's exactly right, Representative Waymaster. And in fact, to further on that, one benefit all Kansas business benefit from is a 0.5% reduction in the corporate income tax as a result of signing Panasonic to Kansas. So they don't have to create a job, they don't have to invest in their companies, they don't even have to fill out paperwork to receive the benefit. It's an automatic benefit to all of Kansas business. But my one remark might be that as a state and what this Panasonic deal can do for the state, we need to think bigger in terms of what the effect will be. Most of the suppliers for Panasonic will want to find a midway point between Panasonic and other companies that they supply to, or even other Panasonic locations. So if we looked at the midway point between DeSoto and Reno, Goodland, Kansas comes into the picture. And the same is true between DeSoto and Tulsa. Pittsburgh, Kansas becomes part of the picture. This isn't just a Johnson County win. In fact, the fire district could very well become a two-county sort of fire district because of the capabilities they'll have. So as a state, we're encouraging everyone to think larger in terms of who benefits from the project, because it really will have a very large footprint, a positive footprint for the state of Kansas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Were there any other questions for Robert? Oh, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you, the Deputy Secretary, Governor Kelly, Lieutenant Governor Tolan, the whole Commerce Department. I've read this, and also our legislature for getting this huge win for Kansas. And I think it sort of marks us as being a hub for technology in this field and the others. And I'm excited about the questions that the Vice Chair was asking about the other possible projects that we could also do. So I just want to, this is a huge win. And I have to admit, maybe I was slightly skeptical when this came before the legislature and I looked at the price tag, and then I wasn't particularly happy with our neighbor to the south leaving the Big 12. And that made me actually be a little bit hungrier for us to win this. And, you know, for us to do that, I think is quite an accomplishment. And I hope, I'm sure everybody in the Commerce Department feels that taste of victory. And we've had some other great wins. One in my community was Scorpion. And this just looks like the start and continuation of some great things. But I did have some technical questions, and I don't know if they can be answered, because I'm interested in battery technology a lot. And I know this is that Panasonic is doing the new 4680 battery, and I wondered if they were doing the current battery technology, I think, on electric vehicles is 2710. So that's one of my questions, and then I have a couple other questions about it. I don't know.
I'm going to look over at Paul for the technical
Pick on the deputy
battery-related
there.
questions, yeah.
It really isn't a legal question, is it, Mr. Kessler?
Thank you for the question, Senator Hawk. you've been doing your homework. That's correct. So Panasonic's plans are to build the 4680 battery. Once it's finished with its R&D process, they've mastered the engineering process and a pilot manufacturing line, then they would expand the production of that 4680 battery at the DeSoto facility.
So, and I know Tesla in Texas, Austin, I think, is going to go exclusively with the 4680. Do you anticipate Panasonic will be exclusively supplying Tesla, or will they also potentially supply GM and Ford and some of our Kansas City area auto manufacturers?
Senator Hawk, I can't speak to the arrangement between Panasonic and Tesla, but I do feel comfortable saying that Panasonic, they're the #1 battery in the EV market. And for the car manufacturers that are interested in the mileage that can be covered under a single charge, those brands will seek out the batteries that can deliver in that space. So Panasonic has an appetite beyond Tesla.
Good, good. I would hope that, and I don't know that we have any influence over that as a government entity, but I would hope it would also support our auto manufacturers in the Kansas City area. And I know those batteries give you 16% more range, and I'm always looking for more range, and I'm always complaining to my chair about where I'm going to charge. So I hope we're also looking at having more charging stations in Kansas, because I want a lot of people who have our electric vehicles to know that Kansas is a great place to travel to, stay in, and travel through. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Robert? Seeing none, thank you, Robert. Appreciate you being here today. And I guess next we'll have Paul. Did you have a presentation too, Paul, or are you just here to answer questions? Was there any other questions for Paul? Do you have anything else that you wanted to share with us, Paul?
Mr. Chair, I was just here to back up some of the questions that might get into the technical space, but just to reiterate on the benefit that this project will have for the state of Kansas, I'd like to personally thank you for doing something amazing for the state of Kansas. This is a legacy project that we're going to be recalling for decades. And it's already driving a healthy, complex mix of projects that are considering the state right now. We have one new economic pillar in the state as a result of Apex, and it's our job to go find another. And it's more forward-looking and under the presumption of success, I look forward to presenting you with another Apex project for 2023.
Thank you. Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have, sorry. Okay, next on the agenda then is the 24/7 pay plan, and the secretary hasn't arrived yet, so we're going to skip down to, is Scott Bruner here? Okay, yeah. So we'll start out with Scott Bruner, the Deputy Secretary of Hospitals and Facilities in Kansas. Scott, welcome committee.
Thank you, Senator. I think you're getting my testimony and presentation right now, so I'll give you a minute to get that. We're invited to come and talk to you about the impact of the 24/7 pay plan on state facilities that operate 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So the Secretary of Corrections will be here to do his part, and I'm going to talk about the state hospitals, and then the Commissioner for Veterans Affairs is here as well. We did coordinate the testimony, so there's some information in the DOC packet that would be relevant probably before I speak. So if it seems a little out of order, I apologize for that, but there's some information about unemployment rates and things that the secretary may talk about that I'll skip for now or not try to dwell on too much.
So if we're out of order, would it work better if we had the Brigadier General Turner ahead of you?
I think we can manage.
You think
with
we're
this
okay?
order. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. The Secretary of Corrections will probably add a piece about unemployment rates that we're all kind of facing depending on where our facilities are. But if it sounds a little less coordinated than we intended, it's just because we're a little bit out of sequence. But happy to do my part. So thanks for having Scott Bruner, I'm the Deputy Secretary at KDAD's for hospitals and facilities. Part of my responsibility is working with the 4 state hospitals. We did benefit from the 24/7 pay plan, continue to. So I want to talk a little bit about the impact that we've seen on our 4 campuses. On the first slide or is the title slide, but on the first one that's got any good information on it, I did want to show you just our total authorized FTE positions at each hospital, just to give you a little sense of scale of the total number of positions. All of these were eligible for some part of the 24/7 pay plan, either as hourly employees getting the differential, nurses that got a specialized bonus in their base pay, and then any salaried employees that wouldn't have gotten the hourly differential were eligible for a $3,500 bonus. Again, just to give you some sense of scale. On slide number 3, just again for some context, as we entered the legislative session last year and the budget cycle last year, one of the things we were facing with COVID-19 and just staffing that we've talked to you about at various times over the last several years, we tried to do some things on our own to address some of the issues that we were facing. So one was a salary increase that we implemented over the summer last year, a year ago, in 2021, that addressed the pay rates for our mental health disability tech positions, the direct care positions on the campuses of Osawatomie State Hospital, Parsons State Hospital, and the Kansas Neurological Institute. And that was an attempt to bring the starting hourly wage up to $16.16 an hour from $14.36. That made it equivalent with the base pay at Larned State Hospital, again, as a way to address a lot of the same issues about recruiting and retention. And so we were able to do that last fiscal year using our own funding to fund that, and then working with the governor's office and the Division of Budget, we got an executive directive to actually memorialize that hourly rate change across the system. So that was included in the budget last year as an enhancement request, and that was approved. So we're starting the 24/7 pay plan at that $16.16 an hour level. There was also a 5% employee state, or 5% across the board raise for state employees as well. That was in the governor's budget, and we benefited from that. But the topic for today is the 24/7 pay plan. And again, not to, we may duplicate some of this information, so I apologize for that. But the pay plan that was implemented by the governor was announced in November. Some parts of it that impacted nursing staff on our campuses went into effect near the end of November, and then the remainder of the hourly differentials went into effect at the end of December. In fiscal year 2022, that was funded with Spark funds, and then the governor included in her budget funding to continue those differentials through fiscal year 2023. And our part of that was $2.4 million for the base pay increase for nurses and $15.6 million for the temporary pay differentials at the hourly level. That's in the fiscal 23 budget that you all approved. And we've been using that since then. And just to clarify, when you go to look for it, as you start your budget review in January, all of that funding was appropriated to KDADS, and then KDADS distributed it to the hospitals based on number of FTE and the hourly wages and what they would need to operate that. So the original appropriation was to KDADS, and we've since distributed it to the 4 hospital budgets for fiscal 2023. That pay plan, if you turn to the next page, is the table that came with to announce the pay plan that shows the 4 differential levels and the base pay increase that's described at the bottom. So there were 4 hourly differential levels. Differential 1 They're in kind of the reverse order, so it skipped down some rows. But differential 1 was for all staff, hourly staff at 24/7 facilities, and that was $1.50 an hour additional to their pay. Differential 2 was targeted at Department of Corrections uniform staff, so I'll let Department of Corrections talk about that. Differential 3 was for facility nursing staff that added $4.50 per hour, and that did impact all of the nurses on our 4 campuses across the system. And then the final differential was a $2.50 per hour increase for facilities that had a vacancy rate of 25% or higher. For our system, that was just Larned State Hospital that got that additional $2.50 per hour. And then the base pay increase is described at the bottom for, that's for DOC job classes, and then there's bonuses for all other employees that were salaried that wouldn't have gotten the hourly differential. So those are the components, and the dollar amount or the total cost for those or total expense was on the prior slide. For fiscal 22, one of the other elements we were asked to talk about was how much of the Spark funding that we got for fiscal 22 to implement this plan for that partial year we used. So I'm showing it here on this table. In total, we got $9.6 million as the KDAD's system. And you can see the transfer amount by hospital and what we spent. In total, about $6.6 million over the course of the last half of fiscal year 2022, and we've returned a little over $3 million to the recovery office that was unspent for that purpose. So on the next slide, I'm trying to show or depict some of the impact that we've seen from the 24/7 pay plan. So I've got a couple of charts about vacancies at our 4 campuses. These aren't combined. Every line is one of the hospitals, either, and you can see that from the legend on the side. This chart only depicts vacancies for the mental health, developmental disability tech positions, nursing, and safety and security. We do have vacancies in other areas as well of the hospital, but in terms of the direct care, direct patient care staff, the daily work is done by the MHGD techs and nursing staff and safety and security. So we're trying to show you the impact on those really critical positions. And even during the legislative session and budget cycle, we talk a lot about those particular position classes because, well, they make up the majority of our staff on the campus, but they're also doing a lot of the daily work with patients, and that's where it matters. So this chart shows you the range back to January 1 of 2020, the number of vacant positions through July 27th of 2022. The top line is Larned as the largest of the campuses. The next line is Osawatomie State Hospital, and then the bottom 2 are Parsons and KNI, which are roughly equivalent, but about the same. And then I drew a line on the chart to show you where the first payroll period where those hourly differential, the 24/7 differentials would have taken effect, and maybe a little bit to the left or right, but it's pretty close to the pay period where that took effect. And you can see for the 3 campuses at Osawatomie, KNI, and Parsons, the number of vacancies kind of leveled off at that point and have continued over the last 6 months or so. At Larned, again, in aggregate, it has continued to grow with some ups and downs, but overall, we haven't seen an overall decrease in the number of vacancies. The other way to look at that is a percentage of the total number of positions in each of those categories, and that's on the next slide, number 8. Similar information, but just again to show it as a percentage of total vacancies by type. And when you look at it as a percentage, Osawatomie, KNI, and Parsons have seen a percentage drop since the 24/7 pay plan went into effect. Again, some ups and downs, but the trends on all 3 of those campuses is overall on a downward slope, but Larned's slope is continuing to rise. And I put the last August 3rd date in there of what the rates were. 59% of these positions in aggregate were vacant in the beginning of August at the Larned campus. that does mask some things to look at all of those position types. So the next series of charts show each hospital and each of those position types with the number of vacancies by each of those positions. So the on the next slide that's up there, and I apologize to make the graph bigger, I covered up the page number, but this is Parsons State Hospital is on the next page. The top line is the number of MHDD positions that are vacant. The greenish line or teal line, I guess, is the nursing positions, and then the number of safety and security officers is at the bottom. And so for this one with Parsons, it's again number of vacancies, but you can see at least the MHDDs at Parsons have actually decreased somewhat significantly over the last 6 months since the pay plan went into effect. The others have stayed about the same, nursing and safety and security. The next slide is the same information for K&I here in Topeka, and a similar kind of trend over that same time period with a drop in the number of vacant MHDD positions. The next slide is for Larned State Hospital. And again, this is number of vacant positions, not percentage, but still the overall number of MHD position vacancies has gone up since January. Nursing is somewhat stabilized, but at a level that is still more than we're comfortable with. It's around 120. And then for safety and security, we've seen some ups and downs. There is one little blip in the Larned numbers we added in the budget. You all approved some additional safety and security positions, so the base actually went up. But the trend has stayed fairly flat. And then the next to last slide, I think, is Osawatomie State Hospital, which has a similar blip for nursing positions that we added as we reopened voluntary admissions. But again, the trends are somewhat the same kind of story. Then we wanted to share a little bit of information about what we've been doing to recruit and retain staff. If you're on our budget committees, we provide a lot of additional detail of particular efforts that each campus is going through to recruit and retain. I tried to summarize that and update it for your purpose today. At Larned in particular, there's a lot of effort in recruiting new staff to apply and go through the application process, and that includes we've changed our vendor that does our video advertising and then puts those videos on television, on YouTube, on Facebook, through Instagram, through some geo video service, which I don't completely understand, but if there's screens on gas pumps and that content's pushed out, KSN does that for us as well. They've got some advertising as well on streaming television and streaming music sites. If you're in that geographic area, you'll occasionally hear an ad for Larned State Hospital on Spotify or some other streaming services. It does that same agreement with KSN, provides some search engine optimization that moves Larned up the search queue. If you search for nursing jobs in Kansas, nursing jobs in Western Kansas, it's going to point you to the Larned State Hospital site. All the hospitals are using Indeed and Facebook and other kinds of online systems in addition to the state website to promote positions and recruit folks. And I'll show you a little bit more detail about some particular examples of where that's worked well. Because our COVID environment's changed quite a bit over the last 6 months, we've reopened the campuses, particularly at Larned, Osawatomie, and Parsons, to nursing, social work, psychology students to come on the campus and do internships or practicum experiences. Those aren't really additional workers that are helping us on the campus. They are providing a lot of value to patients and they observe care, but the main attractiveness is those are students that get to see the environment, work with some of our staff, learn about what we do, and then think about that as a place to work when they graduate and get their licenses. And we've got, again, some anecdotal examples of where that was sorely missed when it was gone during COVID, and very appreciated to have that opportunity again for social work students at Fort Hays State, for nursing students kind of across the state, different nursing programs. So we're lucky to be able to do that. All of the campuses attend in-person and virtual job fairs. We partner closely with CanWorks when they provide a job fair. We go to universities, we go to local workforce centers. They're working with any community college to post on their job boards, kind of any place where there's an opportunity to recruit students that are in training programs that are relevant. We're there. Parsons State Hospital in particular sent this note when I asked them what additional things they're doing. They sent an email message, recruiting message to every licensed psychologist and social worker in the state. They got the list from the BSRB and just, I guess it's the equivalent of a cold call to everybody who's licensed to advertise jobs that we have in case somebody wouldn't know about them. We do use some specialized job boards for nursing positions. And then at KDADS, working with the secretary and kind of talking through what else could we do to help support the hospitals. We've opened or we're recruiting for a position at central office now that could work with the hospitals on recruiting efforts to kind of broaden our scope, that the HR teams on each campus have a lot of stuff to do, including onboarding new staff, working on payroll issues, lots of things. They're also trying to add recruiting and going to job fairs. So we thought if we had a position from central office that kind of expand the scope, go out to maybe some universities that are further away from Larned or further away from Parsons, to do that kind of job fair recruiting, we'd work on that. And one of the goals we'd like to move to is also thinking about high school recruitment and getting into just describe the environment at a state hospital, what it's like to work there, provide some opportunities there as well. And we think we can support that from central office. So that's would be a new resource that'd be available to the campuses. So a lot of activity to recruit and retain. And I probably should have started with, we're also advertising that the payroll plan or the pay plan is available, what the starting wage now is for some of these positions, which is extremely competitive with what other healthcare sector employers are able to offer. So the last comment that I wanted to make is on slide 15. I asked Lorna just to, can you tell me kind of what the experience has been with recruiting over the last few months, particularly since January. And it was interesting enough data, I'm giving you all of it, but I'll try to hit the high points. So since January, we've had 271 applications for those MHGD direct care positions. There were 120, just to give you a little sense of the flavor of what happens when we get the application and how that progresses to actually hiring somebody. So out of the 271 applications, 123 people we reached out to them, contacted all 271, 123 never called us back or reached out again. So that was kind of a dead application. But of the remainder of the 148 that we interviewed, we hired 40 of them. 9 of them declined. 5 of those failed their urinalysis or background check. There were 25 that were rehires that we couldn't hire them back because of why they left employment with us in the first place. 59 of them that had interviews set up didn't show up, and there's still 5 pending to be hired. So if you want to think of it, out of the 271 applications that we got, there are about 45 of them that actually ended up in a new employee that we hired. It's not a high percentage, but we're kind of in an environment where we send out, there's lots of feelers, and we work to the highest number of hires as we can get, and we're kind of learning a lot from that process. And then I put at the bottom of the 271 applications where they came from, and we're seeing a lot of applications and follow-ups from the Indeed and Facebook, the kind of online sources. For safety and securities on the other side, we had 192 applications. We hired 11 of them. We interviewed 90, and we're still waiting, pending on 3. So again, I didn't do the math for the percentage, but it's not a high percentage of every application that we get that we end up hiring. But there's a lot of reasons why we lose people in that process. Either they don't follow up, can't pass the background check, some other employment-related reason that they're not a good candidate to hire. But again, I thought that was helpful context for the kind of recruiting that we're doing and the volume that we're seeing. So I'm happy to stop there, and we'll be available for questions at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions for Scott at this time? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Scott. Just a couple quick questions. Why would we have on safety and security at Larned 23 who were already in-house? Were they doing some other job and we didn't want to take them out of that job, or That wouldn't disqualify them.
It wouldn't disqualify them, no, but they might be an MHDD and they've applied for a safety and security job.
And my other question, could you describe to me what the Indeed recruiting, I assume it's an internet or an app of some kind?
It's a job search site. People can place their resume or information about their job history on Indeed, and then the kinds of jobs they're looking for. So if it's a close match to a position that we have either in direct care or nursing, either they can send us their application or their resume and employment history information, or we can request it from them. Say, we think we have a job that would match with you. Would you like to apply for that? And then we pull that information in and treat that as an application.
And is it just the state hospitals that you supervise that uses that, or does the entire state of Kansas use that service?
I believe it's agency by agency to decide if they want to take advantage of that. We do have to pay a subscription fee to Indeed to be able to use that level of service, but
It looks like it's one of the more effective tools, comparing it to Facebook and even state website. Would you agree with that?
it generates a lot of applications, and some from out of state, a broader community, because we can kind of geo-fence where we want to look for people. So I think those we typically look, if you're within 4 hours of Larned, we're going to recruit you for a job at Larned State Hospital. If you've got the right set of skills, you're looking for a healthcare job. But again, people might be looking for a phlebotomy job or a radiation tech job, and we don't have those. So it's not always a 100% match, and the categories can be a little broad. But again, I think our assumption is any contact is a good contact, and if we can encourage somebody to apply, maybe they wouldn't have thought about it otherwise unless we said, we've got an available job here in Larned, Kansas. If you want to apply for it and go through the process, we can tell you more about it. That's worth the effort to go to that to see if we can get an application and go through the interview process from there.
Last question, how long have we been using that tool?
We've been using Indeed for at least since I've been back with the state, so 3 years. We have increased we didn't sometime before, probably since January, it was more passive, that people would have to send us their application through Indeed. And what we've added is we're reaching into the Indeed database, I guess, of applicants and pulling people or pinging them directly as opposed to waiting for them to reach out to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wolfmore.
Mr. Chairman, so in looking at the charts, it appears that other than Larned, and correct me if I'm looking at these wrong, other than Larned State Hospital, the other state hospitals, 24/7 pay plan has sort of has helped with retention, kind of stopped the bleeding, but now we have to work at attracting new people. Would that be an accurate characterization?
Yeah, I think that's a fair characterization, kind of at a high level. Where we were kind of gaining or increasing the vacancy percentage and number, that has leveled off. Not leveled off at a level we would like it to be, but in terms of where we were going into January, we're in a better spot on those 3 campuses, and Larned's not there yet.
And I know we've asked this probably a million times, but and I don't remember the answer. Is Larned issue mainly because it's not a population center or it's not nearby a population center? Is that why we struggle so much there?
I don't think that helps. So I think maybe when the Secretary of Corrections talks in his slides, he's got a map with the unemployment. It's not the unemployment rate, but the number of people who are collecting unemployment, a factor like that. There just aren't a lot of people looking for work. These are, relatively low-wage jobs, good wages, but low compared to others. There are other options in the healthcare field. There's a high-quality community hospital in Larned. School district recruits a lot of folks from us. I shouldn't say from us, it's not a competition, but they're a large employer as well. So I think people have some options as well. But then we've said, let's increase the size of the circle that we're recruiting from as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, thanks for being here. Long time no see. So on page 2, with these authorized positions, how much what is the staffing right now of OSH? Actual staff and Larned and K&I? I mean, I know these are authorized positions, but they're not how many staff you have there.
I thought you might ask that.
Sure you did.
So I tried to come prepared. Well, I should have totaled them up. That would have saved me some time. Let me do the math, and I'll add up the total numbers. But on any given, so Larned and Osawatomie in particular, our overall vacancy rate's around 40%, 45%, a little higher at Larned. So from that number, you cut it in half. That's how many FTE positions we've got on the campus.
So there's 600 people at Larned.
Roughly,
and 350 at OSH.
in that ballpark.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
rough
and
numbers.
the other two are pretty stable.
Their vacancy rates are
Maybe 20 or,
closer around 20%, 25%.
oh, exactly. So anyway, moving on to the last page here, the 15. So what is the MHDD starting rate at Larned? 17, 1750,
36 an
Yes.
hour, I believe.
Okay. I just want folks to understand that they start at that with full benefits. So
And then the hourly differentials would add 4.5 or 5.
yeah, if they work the night shift or whatever, they would get another.
Just with the 24/7 pay plan,
With the
they'd get those
24/7,
additional incentives. That first
And then
3 tiers.
finally, you hired 40 people. How many did you lose?
In that time period,
Yeah.
37 since July. Let me verify for sure. I've got an annual number that we set from January, or the beginning of January to August 24th. So last week, we lost 137 people at Larned. So it's a little different time frame, not too far off, but 137.
So we're still losing staff out there, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, these are two position categories of who we added. There are others, but kind of apples to apples. You're in
Very
that
good.
ballpark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Scott. And if you get them added up, you can share them with us.
I will.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Next, we'll have the Secretary, Kansas Department of Corrections, Jeff Zumba. Jeff, welcome to committee. Sorry to start with earlier, but we figured we'd try to catch up.
We tried to get here early, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry we were a little bit.
No, you're good. We finished quicker on the earlier one than we had anticipated.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and talk a little bit about our 24/7 facility pay plan for KDOC and provide you with some updates. So I hope you have a hard copy of the printout. If we go to page 2, staffing is a national challenge. It's an issue impacting nearly every correctional system throughout the nation. In August, I was at a Correctional Leaders Association conference where workforce challenges were the dominant topic of the agenda and discussion. That's an association that's I'm a member of, and I have my peers from all 50 states and some U.S. territories. Really, nearly all correctional systems are faced with really unprecedented difficulty in both recruiting new staff and retaining those existing staff. A couple of examples that stand out there, a little bit of the anomaly, are California and Nebraska. They're having some better success than others in the recruitment and retention of staff. Historically, California has been a state that's been one of the better paying systems, better benefit systems, and they've traditionally had very low vacancy rates. And then recently, this past year, our neighboring state of Nebraska has really dedicated themselves to putting some resources to making their staff some of the highest paying correctional organizations in the United States, and they've had some success with that. If you go to page 3, talk just a little bit about, start getting into the plan. I think Deputy Secretary Bruner covered this. I'll just touch on it briefly. A portion of the 24/7 facility pay plan focused on base pay increases for targeted job classifications. For us, that was uniformed or security positions, unit team or case managers, and our parole officers. And then additionally, some pay increases at intervals of the first year for employment were provided for new hires in the correctional officer classification. And you can see those different pay rates and those step increases for correctional officers on that slide. Go to slide 4 with the pay differentials, and Deputy Secretary Bruner touched on this. I'll just talk about how it relates to us, the pay differentials. Differential 1 applies to each employee assigned to a correctional facility as their official work location, and that's $1.50 an hour. Differential 2 applies to all uniformed security staff, counselors, and unit team staff. Those are case managers at facilities. That's at $2 per hour. Differential 3 is primarily targeted at nursing staff. We only have, our medical services are contracted. We only have one staff member that would fall in differential 3 category, and that's $4.50 per hour. And then differential 4 is each employee that meets the criteria in differential 1. Again, they're assigned to a correctional facility. And that differential applies only when the facility has a vacancy level at or greater than 25%, and that's $2.50 per hour. Today, we have staff eligible to receive 3 of the 4 differentials. 5 of our 9 facilities today are at or exceed the 25% threshold. So staff at those facilities are receiving differential 1, differential 2, and differential 4. And those facilities are the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex here in Topeka, the El Dorado Correctional Facility, our Ellsworth Correctional Facility, the Lansing Correctional Facility, and the Norton Correctional Facility. If you go to slide 5, asked to report out on 24/7 facility pay plan expenditures. So funding for FY 2022 was provided from the Spark Committee with approval from the State Finance Council, and our agency received $18.3 million. Approximately $15.5 million was actually spent, leaving about $2.75 million unused and returned. To continue the pay plan for FY 2023, $33.9 million was appropriated. $8.7 million appropriated for base pay increases, and $25.1 approximately appropriated for pay differentials, and all of that was from state general funds. Turning to slide 6. The impact of the 24/7 facility pay plan. And if you look at the graph, the arrow in the middle shows a high point. The bars show our vacancies, and the first arrow in the middle of the page shows the peak, and that red dotted line shows the trajectory of where we'd be. So that arrow in the middle is roughly when the pay plan was implemented. You can see the red line that shows the trajectory we were on for turnover and vacancies. And the bars show that we've seen a dip. We're certainly not at that trajectory. Had we stayed on the trajectory we were on prior to implementation of the pay plan, we would have had roughly 700 vacancies in our uniform staff. Today, we have roughly 400, just over 400. So, the pay plan, to Representative Wolf Moore's comments earlier, the pay plan has helped us stop the bleeding. Our turnover of the staff we already have is not as great, not as pronounced as it was prior to the pay plan. What we've not seen is an influx of recruits, and I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing for recruitment. And when I talk to our staff, I'm out and about in our facilities talking to our staff and our leaders, they tell me that the pay plan has helped with retention. It's helped them make that decision to stay with us. We were at a high of 475 vacancies in mid-January of 2022, and again, we're just slightly over 400 this past week. If we go to slide 7, the vacancies as of August 15th, the average uniform vacancy rate in our adult facilities is 22% for our uniform staff. Again, we have 4 adult facilities that are over a 25% vacancy rate. Our parole staff vacancy rate is 12%. That's high for that classification. And then again, at our juvenile facility, the uniform vacancy rate is our highest, and it's at 33%. Turning to slide number 8, available workers. So we're looking and trying to crack the code on how do we recruit and retain folks, and we believe in this labor market, it appears we just need to be an employer that can draw employees away from jobs that they hold. Traditionally, we get a lot of people that are looking for a job, do not have a job. Correctional officers typically an entry-level position, and we get a lot of people that, hey, I need a job, I'm not sure I need those benefits, and then they come to us. Well, in this labor market, there's less and less of those people is what it appears. If you look at, and I know it's probably a little bit hard to see on that map of the state, and it's got the different counties there. What that is that's a map from labor that indicates the number of people that are drawing unemployment benefits in that county. It's the number of individual claimants. It's not necessarily everybody that doesn't have a job, but it's the number of folks that are drawing claims. And I know it's probably small and hard to read, but we look at that in relationship to where our facilities are located to say, hey, what does the workforce that's available look like out there? And I'll give you some numbers. Ellsworth, where we have a facility, we have 54 vacancies in our uniform staff there. There's 5 individuals drawing unemployment claims in that county. Norton, where we have a facility, has 63 vacancies. And at the time of this, that we created this slide and received that map, there were no individuals drawing unemployment claims receiving a payment. At the time, Lansing had 102 vacancies, and there were 51 individuals that were claiming payments in that county. And then in our El Dorado facility had 118 vacancies, and there were 68 individual claimants receiving payments in that county. It's one indicator. It's not the end-all be-all, but it is an indicator that it seems like a lot of people have a job, and our strategy needs to be to try to get them to leave that job to come to us. If you go to slide 9, it's the efforts for recruiting. A lot of them probably similar to what Deputy Secretary Bruner talked about. We have been using Indeed primarily since after the first of the year. Early this year, we've had some success with that. We've had some success with all of these in one measure or another, but no great success with any one. We've increased our expenditures for recruiting by 200%. We're trying anything and everything that we think might help us improve our recruitment. We continue to welcome and explore potential solutions. We're borrowing from other states, other agencies where they're having success. And then at this point, some states have engaged a consultant that has some knowledge and experience related to hiring in the correctional setting, and we're exploring the possibility of engaging with a consultant. slide number on page 10, our next steps, increase some awareness among stakeholders, such as yourself, as to where we're at. Identify additional resources and tactics for recruitment and retention. You know, that could be additional market rate adjustments, step increases, recognize that job experience, and maybe consider revising the authority to pay either recruitment or retention bonuses that today is not allowed in the statute. I talked about Nebraska, the state of Nebraska and their Department of Corrections just a little bit. I'll just give you a couple numbers what Nebraska has seen. They've been pretty aggressive in increasing their hourly compensation and their retention and referral bonuses. Doing that, they reduced their vacancies from 497 in the fall of 2021 when their plan was announced. They were down to 206 vacancies in the spring of this year, in March. They have attracted candidates who relocated to Nebraska. They have 267 hires coming from one of 33 other states. So they've really gone out there and done some recruitment. And again, they've used a series of different tactics between wages and new hire bonuses and referrals from their own staff, bonuses for them. So that concludes my presentation today. I thank you again for the opportunity to be here and present this information. I certainly stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I tell you what, it's you look at your map on unemployment, and it's no wonder you're struggling. I mean, it's not like there's anyone looking at jobs. I think Nebraska's figured that out. We're going to have to try to recruit from other areas.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's 63 more vacancies at Norton. That's a lot.
Yeah. And yes, Mr. Chairman, and you know that's not a heavily populated area. I know Deputy Secretary Bruner talked about Larned. Housing's an issue. We just had a meeting with our statewide leaders, and when they do have someone that might consider coming in from a different county or a different state, they can't find housing. There's housing not available. And that, I don't think that's news to anybody on the committee. Housing in rural Kansas is a challenge. And so, yeah, Norton, Larned, Ellsworth are all a bit of a challenge.
How are you doing at Stockton?
Well, I think we're pretty well staffed at Stockton. And of course, they're tied to Norton. They're within about an hour's drive of there. But, you know, we've done a number of things to try to mitigate the impact of our staffing. We've kind of collapsed some of our housing, you know, shrunk our footprint so it took less staff to operate. We've been able to do that because our population was down. We've done some of that in Norton. We may have to do some more going forward, but we don't have too many of those options left. We've about shrunk the footprint. We might have one or two more opportunities. Our population is also starting to rise a little bit. We're told by partners in the criminal justice community, there's a bit of a backlog out there coming into the court system, and certainly we've started to see that over the course of the last 3-4 months. We've seen our population start to grow, not growing at an alarming rate just yet, but it is starting to climb back up, and that's concerning.
We were very fortunate to get Lansing when we did. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, because you saved, how many full-time staff were you able to eliminate at Lansing with the new facility versus the old one with the new technologies and the surveillance cameras and so forth?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Bradshaw, see if he's got that number. I have a rough idea. About 200 plus. Yeah, over 200, Mr. Chairman.
So are you pretty much fully staffed at Lansing?
No, sir. Lansing's one of our facilities that's probably struggling the most. Lansing, our facilities at Lansing and Larned, we put them on 12-hour shifts. That's about all coming up on 14 months ago. 12-hour shifts have just built in overtime to help cover the shifts. And so we're not doing well at Lansing. We've had to reduce their footprint and may have to do that again.
So is that because of competition in that area, or the salaries, or what do you think the problem is? I mean, I would have thought a new facility, the folks that want to get into that type service would say, hey, this is a great opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't have all the answers. Here's what we think we know. It's a very competitive market. Certainly in the Lansing area, it's competitive with the other correctional entities that are there. It's also a competitive market with the private sector. And I don't know what it is beyond that. I think there's just not a big pool of people that are willing to come today, willing to come and work in facilities today.
In that area, is the unemployment very low also? Or people on unemployment?
Well, so we have 102 vacancies at Lansing today, or at the time of this writing, and there were 51 individuals drawing unemployment claims at the time, and that's here within the last week or so. So only 51 in Lansing, I don't think that's a lot, but I'd let labor tell you if that's a lot or not,
I
probably.
mean, I would think that's pretty low with
pretty low.
the number of people who live in the area.
Yeah, and so if we captured every one of those people that are drawing an unemployment claim, and I don't know that we would capture everyone, but if we got everyone, we'd only improve our vacancy rate by 50%. And Lansing's one of our facilities that's over the 25% threshold.
Yeah. Representative Waymaster, do you have a question? Okay. Oh, Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what you mentioned, Nebraska can do some different things statutorily that we can't do in terms of, I think, bonuses. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I don't know what Nebraska's statute says. I know that Nebraska is offering a $15,000 kind of higher on bonus. Now, they don't give that to somebody right up front. I think they space that out maybe over the course of 2 or 3 years. And then they have a referral bonus of $10,000 for their staff. I think what they know, what we know, our staff are our best recruiters. They know what the job is. They know who might be a good candidate. So if one of their staff identifies someone, gets them to hire on, then that staff member that brings them on board is eligible for $10,000. And again, I think that's spread out as long as that person stays with them. And if you're a Nebraska DOC employee, you're not limited to the number of people you can bring into the organization. For everyone, you'll get that $10,000 bonus. For us, the statute allows for bonuses, and it's very limited and very prescriptive. It has to be for some meritorious act, cannot exceed $3,500 in one, I don't know if it's a fiscal or calendar year. And so it's very limited. It can't be awarded for, I think it's very, very specific, cannot be awarded for any kind of a higher on bonus or retention bonus. It has to be tied to some form of a meritorious.
Thank you.
Senator Hawk.
I'm sharing a brain with Representative Wolfmore. Every question she has, I go, oh, that was my question. But follow-up to that, what does that do to morale for existing employees if you do those higher on bonuses? And certainly that may have that new person coming in at an amount higher than somebody that's been there several years. So do any of the other states who do that have some kind of mitigation strategies that you don't lose a lot of your good people, or at least create a morale problem with that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's a great point. I don't know what every state is doing, but I know that some states have taken that into consideration, and they make sure that they move their people that have maybe only been there a relatively short time. I don't know if that's 2 to 5 years, and would fall under that range of someone coming on and receiving a bonus. They make sure they've moved them out, so you don't have that morale issue, because it can be.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the qualifications for, say, like a uniformed at any of the facilities? What do you have to have in order to be able to apply?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative, so you have to have your high school diploma or your GED. You have to be able to physically perform the duties of the job. You have to pass a background clearance investigation, and those are the primary things. I'll make sure I didn't miss something. Did I miss anything? That's it. Those are the main things. It is an entry-level job in our organization. It's a good entry-level job, difficult job, but it's one, if not the most important job in our organization. I think we have about of the 30, nearly 3,500 employees we have, I want to say 2,800 or maybe in uniforms, something like that. Is that about right, Keith? Something like that? Pretty high. It's a pretty high number. So kind of the backbone of what we do.
But at this point, you haven't had much luck in getting other people from other states to come in and apply?
Representative, we've had some luck. Some people have come in, but again, we were just in a meeting yesterday. It all runs together, but and our wardens were in those rural areas were saying, hey, we've got some people that have expressed interest. We hadn't hired them yet, but they had interest. But they said, hey, we can't find any place to live in that area. And then we have people, I'm sure we're not the only operation, people that drive quite a bit. We get a lot of people from real small communities that come, and a lot of our people will drive 45 minutes to an hour. And of course, with gas prices what they are, that's impacting us. And a lot of people, I'm not going to drive an hour. I'm not going to pay those gas prices. I think that's impacting us as well. Every time gas goes up, I think we all feel it.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you. One more thing I just thought of when you were talking about the requirements. So it's a GED or a high school diploma. I think part of the answer I was thinking might be to widen the pool. And you may have tried this, or there may be reasons it wouldn't work, but I work at a hospital, and one of the things we've realized is that we can't hire for certain entry-level jobs. So we've gone into a partnership with the local community college. We're hiring people with no GED, then we're doing their classes on site. We're, footing the bill to do that. They're getting their GED, they're entering a market they couldn't normally enter. They're so grateful, and they're such productive employees. So an idea to throw out there.
Thank you. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Secretary? Seeing none, thank you a lot for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Brigadier General William Turner, was you wanting to speak today? I got you down. Okay. The Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome to
Thank you
committee.
for allowing us to come and share some of our feedback on the 24/7 pay plan as well. And I will try not to belabor some of the points that you've already heard. Largely, I think our theme in this is consistent with the other agencies that you've heard from today. I can offer a few specific examples for you just to kind of continue that. I think they described the environment very well and the employment opportunities that we're seeing out there in the slide that Secretary Zamuda just shared with everybody about the employment numbers. We are equally fighting those challenges out in the communities where our homes are in Winfield and Dodge. But largely, what we are seeing is a stabilization of our workforce, but not any dramatic increase in our numbers right now in the first 6 months since this is going into effect. If you look at just to offer some context, as you'd seen from the other organizations, our FTE, it's on that slide too after the cover slide, and the numbers out to the right show the direct care staff, our nurse providers, our RNs, our LPNs, and our nurse aides, and you can see kind of what they comprise of within our organization. Our direct care staff represents about 60% of our total workforce out there. And likewise, they receive in the differentials that you've been described to you previously. The only one that we do not get is the differential 2 for the uniformed security personnel that we do not subscribe to there. You go to the next slide. Again, just a snapshot of our numbers and what we received as a result of the SPARK committee, and that was approved by the State Finance Council. It was about $2.1 million for the 6 months that concluded FY22, and then what's been recommended going forward is the $4.1 million for FY23. The next slide, again, just capturing what we had expended in FY22 with that money and what we had returned. We returned about 21% of that money. Largely, this is based on kind of the high number of vacancies that existed in our two homes and kind of the lag time as we go out and advertise and we're getting hires. So there was a degree of lag there, I would say, in the first January, February, March timeframe, very, very minimal applicants that came in, and we're just starting to see kind of a growth in our applicants in the May, June, July time period now. The next slide, again, is our snapshot of the Kansas Veterans Home down in Winfield. Right now, they're probably operating about 40 to 45% vacancy. On the left-hand side, the vertical column just shows the number of vacancies, and the number along the bottom is capturing the last year of FY22. Number in blue being those direct care providers, and the number in red is our overall vacancies. So you can see where it was kind of showing a trend moving upward, and then since the plan has gone into effect, we're starting to see kind of more of a stabilized and kind of a stair step down there as we receive an influx of applicants for various openings. What I highlighted in there off to the right were there are some new staff hirings that have happened, and when that happens, then we're kind of surging on that now with our orientation programs, kind of the right seat rides, if you will, with the nurses that are on there and bringing in new people. So the onboarding processes, and you'll see where that kind of plays out in the next slide with temp agency staffing and supporting this as well. We have had this little mini COVID outbreak that's come into play here in June, July. Fortunate for us, the folks there have been largely asymptomatic, but having said that, they still require the establishment of a separate COVID wing, separate care providers that are dedicated strictly to them, which increases kind of the workload on our staffs at those locations. So if you can go to well, I will pause for a moment there. The Kansas Veterans Home in Winfield, I guess just due to the geography there and where they are at and their proximity to Wichita, they are enjoying more success getting the more, if you will, qualified professionals and the RNs and the LPNs, as well as with the nurse aides. And what you'll see with the Kansas Soldiers Home out at Dodge, they're not enjoying quite as well the success with the RNs and the LPNs, but much more so with the nurse aides. The next slide, it kind of talked a little bit about our temp agency, just because this is a factor that plays into this. As you see with our census increasing, our census for the two homes and the aggregates probably increased somewhere around 10 to 12% in the last year. So you can see there where the census at the Kansas Veterans Home started out at 91 back in the August timeframe, July, August, and snapshot today, they're up to 99 right now. So there has been an increase there with the census, and then the requirement for staffing and the increase in acuity care. We are also seeing about an increase of almost anywhere from 20 to 30% between the two homes in long-term care requirements. And so with that and the acuity care required there, that requires an increase in staffing to support that. On the next slide, the Kansas Soldiers Home vacancy rates, again, kind of follow the same trends, moving slightly trending up prior to the implementation of the plan and then kind of stair-stepping down. And again, not as much success, though. We've only hired 3 of the RNs and LPNs here versus 10 at the Kansas Veterans Home, but they have had a great success hiring nurse aides there to support their operations. The temp agency again, and the census there again trending upward. You can see from 73 back in the August, July timeframe last year, and it's up to 88 today, right now as we speak. We do have one slide. If you move forward, it kind of has the orange and blue numbers on there that reflect our turnover rates, and you can see where they were, fairly significantly high here in the previous years as you headed into COVID and just the turnover of folks there at these various institutions. But between the two of them for that first 6 months here in calendar year, these are calendar year numbers. So from January of 22 out to the end of June, right now we are sitting at a 22% turnover rate for our total workforce. And the last slide, you've heard from the other agencies about, you know, the effects that we've had with recruiting and retention. We are doing all the same things that you've heard from the others in terms of the social media and the radio and TV advertising and the various employment networks there with Indeed and Facebook and otherwise. Just to highlight a couple at the bottom there, we have installed there's like an LED sign that is out at the Kansas Soldiers Home, which kind of constantly marketing the openings that exist there, which we have received good feedback on. And then also we are looking at how we kind of do our orientation program. So important to me and to our organization is how do we retain these folks once we have them do come on board, that we have a very deliberate process for onboarding that's more face-to-face, not simply reading through PowerPoint slides or getting online and looking at things, but like I said earlier, talking about these right seat rides and really having a hands-on with these folks to make sure that they are feeling comfortable in their new environment and with working with us. The last piece there that you spoke to, I think what Secretary Zamuda was talking about, the bonus programs, and to Representative Wolfmore, ma'am, you were talking about with the bonus program. We have looked into, there is a federal VA program of payments to states for programs to help to recruit and retain nursing staff for state veterans homes. And we explored and kind of researched our options there, but due to the regulations and statutes here, we're unable to take advantage of that federal program and the grant money that they offer. They will fund 50% of such a program. But we are able to, another aspect of that program is the tuition reimbursement. And we are looking at that, and I'll work with DOA as far as how we can implement a program there to provide some form of tuition reimbursement based on, you know, the level of the individuals, what loan that they would require per course, per year, tied to their performance and their staying on with the organization. So that is one of the things that we are looking at there. The bonus program that they spoke of in the federal grant, ma'am, to talk to what you were addressing earlier was, it's basically a breakdown of, for the hiring and the referrals, it's 25% disbursement during the onboarding when the individual comes on board, and then another 25% distributed at the 6-month mark, and then the other 50% at the end of the year. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, and stand by for any questions.
Thank you, General. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's kind of interesting that it looks like that the Soldiers Home in Fort Dodge has had a little bit more success getting new employees than the Winfield one. Am I looking at that right, or?
Sir, they are in the aggregate, but a lot of the folks that they are being able to recruit there and get there are more at like the nurse aide level and some of the dietary, housekeeping, and maintenance functions that have come into the home. Not very much luck right now with the registered nurses and the LPNs out in that area. There's very few to recruit from, and those that are out in those areas are already obligated to other employment right now, other hospitals or in the temp agencies where they work.
Okay. But some of the other positions they have. So.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. William, I see you returned $440,000 worth of the Sparks, or to the Sparks money that you couldn't use.
Yes, sir.
So to the recovery office. So I wonder if there's some kind of strings. You had to use that for wages?
Yes, sir. That money was expressly presented to us for the use to support the 24/7 pay plan, and we were accountable for that on a monthly basis. The reports back through the Office of Recovery.
I wonder if we can't work that around so you can use that for temp agencies. But my other question is, I see on one of these deals here, you're saying because of increased training.
Yes, sir.
Training requirements, what would that involve? Is it a federal thing or is it a state thing?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is it a federal issue or is it a state training?
No, sir, this is kind of internal to us. So as we bring a new individual on board that we we don't put them on the floor without receiving some onboarding and training with individuals. So they will kind of be in a right seat ride. There will be a resident nurse there that's part of our staff. It's been a part of them, and then they will marry up with the new individual. And so there's a period of time there for a couple of weeks when they share those hours so that they're not just thrusting somebody into a situation they may not be comfortable or familiar with at that time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't some government regulation or something that we were all of a sudden making you do. So.
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, General. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you all, sir.
Committee, I think that is all we had on the agenda for today. One thing that I would like to ask is we're trying to figure out a date for September for another meeting, and if you would check your calendars when you get home and see if the 26th of September, it's a Monday at the end of the month of September, if that might work. Okay. So, well, get back with me, let me know, or with Amy and let her know, and then we'll go from there. Does that take all day, or? Okay, I did it. So you have it 2 days? So 27th wouldn't work either. Okay. Yeah, we're getting into weed planting time. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess, how about you, Senator? Do you know what your calendar looks like?
Throw some dates out.
Well, look at the 26th, but if Representative Carpenter can't do the 26th, we'll have to see if we can find another date that. Well, we'd like to have the whole committee here if we can, but I mean, I guess you could be on Zoom and do as far as that. I don't know if they'll pay you for 2 in 1 day or not. Twice the work, you should get $88 twice, shouldn't you? Okay. Well, let's everybody think about it if there's dates that will work and maybe share them with Amy. We'll go from there. Any other questions or business? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to brag on our LBC and our conference committee work that sometimes I wonder if we make much progress in this line of work. And I went out to the KVC thing I mentioned in Hayes yesterday, and their new branding of the new facility that they're making out there, Camber, is that the right name? And so that was one of the things that I know Chairman Billinger was in touch with some of the needs for adolescent mental health beds in Western Kansas, and he was sort of relentless in our Ways and Means team, and you all eventually, I don't think right away you bought into that offer, but the House of Propes did. And then to see the staff there and the kind of facility and the fact that that could impact up to 600 adolescents out in Western Kansas and have a facility, I think is a huge win. And I want to compliment every one of us, and especially Chairman Billinger, for being tenacious about that, and for the staff at KDADS for pulling it off, and all of the stakeholders that I've had a chance to meet, thanks to Will Carpenter and some of my new committee work in the last couple of years looking at mental health issues, and just made me feel really good to see that come to fruition and hopefully be servicing young people in January, I think. So good job, fellow legislators.
Okay, any other business? Thank you, Senator Hawk. And with that, we are adjourned.